Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Bradenton City Council meeting, Wednesday, January 28th, 2026, in the Bradenton City Council chambers. At this time, as we always do, we'll do our invocation and our pledge. Our invocation will be led by Pastor Reverend Dr. Joe Lemons with Calvary Baptist Church. Please come forward. Welcome. If everyone would please stand.
Thank you. Let's pray together. Most gracious Heavenly Father, we recognize that your word says that the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof, that all things that we see, all things that are created, whether in heaven or on earth or below the earth, are created by your hands. You alone are maker, creator, and sustainer. The world and all the planets in their orbit are in place because you've established them and your will keeps them moving in their stead. Lord, you have created man in your image. And Lord, even in our wicked and sinful ways, Lord, you have loved us enough to provide a way of salvation, a way of return to be in relationship with you through providing your Son as a sacrifice for our sins. And we praise you for that. You have established that the government would be upon his shoulders and that all power and authority would be vested in him. And that the authorities that we have in this earth, in this worldly realm, are established by you and given to the people for their good. So, Lord, I pray today for this group of men and women who are here to make decisions, Lord, on behalf of our city here. Lord, I pray that you would give them wisdom beyond their understanding. Lord, I pray that you would open their minds to see the things that would be of greatest benefit to the population here, Lord, and they would seek to serve you by serving these people that you've entrusted them over. Lord, I pray that you would give a hedge of protection around each one. Lord, I pray that there would be peace in our land, Lord, and there would be a unity around the things that this country was founded upon. Lord, I pray for this time now that you'd be glorified, Lord, and that all this we pray in the great name of Jesus Christ, our Savior. Amen.
Amen.
Please join us in the pledge. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Reverend. All right, at this time, we'll call the meeting to order. Madam Clerk.
The first item on the agenda this morning is a proclamation, which I'll read on behalf of the mayor. It's for Black History Month, February 2026. Whereas Black History Month is observed annually in February to encourage all citizens to have a deeper understanding of history and acknowledge the struggle for equality and freedom for all citizens. And whereas in 1915, Dr. Carter G. Woodson founded the organization known as Association for the Study of African American Life and History, and was instrumental in the origin of Black History Month. And whereas Black and African Americans have continued to help enrich and shape the lives of all communities through their contributions in arts, law, sciences, and politics. And whereas the 2026 Black History Month theme of a century of Black history commemorations focuses on the profound ways that all citizens can take time to look back so we can push forward and continue to uplift our history. And whereas the city of Bradenton wishes to acknowledge the lifelong sacrifices and successes for all Black and African Americans and stands firmly in remembrance of the past and looks optimistically for all to thrive and be respected in their communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Jean Brown, as mayor of the city of Bradenton, Florida, do hereby proclaim February 2026 as Black History Month in Bradenton, and urge all citizens to recognize the significant contributions and challenges faced by Black and African Americans throughout our nation's history. Signed, Jean Brown, Mayor.
Thank you. And who do we have accepting this award today? Councilwoman Coachman?
I guess that will be me. And it's an honor.
Yeah, you want to go up? Why don't you go in front of the podium, and then we'll get back here with the picture. And, yeah. Miss Melton, do you want to be handing it to her?
Oh, sure.
And we'll all get back here. Stand up. Did you give Lisa her box? Lisa needs her box. Seats changed.
Thank you.
You don't want to get asked? Okay, we're good. We'll do one more. Yeah, come on. Lisa's already got her box. I know.
Okay, y'all ready?
We're ready?
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk.
The next item on our agenda is item 4A, and it's a plaque presentation from the police department and fire.
Wait. Josh Kramer, Chief of Police, Bradenton, Florida. I actually don't boss her around anymore, so I really appreciate you for voluntarily standing up and coming up here. I know I did. I know. We're here to recognize the long, distinguished career of Andrea Casti Brewer. Nobody knows her as Andrea. That's what's on her pension check now. But Casti is how we've all known her. She's been a great friend to all of us in the police department. You hear when you talk about dispatch, you talk about the voice in the darkness. She's been that voice in the darkness. And it was really dark because she usually worked midnight shift too. But she was that voice, so the voice of calm, the voice of reason, the voice of pause when things were going berserk on the road. She would always take that little beat, and a lot of times people would be talking over each other, and she would say, okay. And I was like, when she said that, then there was a pause, and it sort of would make you chuckle, but then you would start paying attention, and you understood that she knew where things were and where things were supposed to be. And that was that little sense of everything. We had some words put together, but I found a memo, happened to be written by me, from 2021 when she was nominated and awarded the Civilian Employee of the Year. I want to read a couple different things. And it was interesting because at the time she wasn't a lead dispatcher. She retired as a lead dispatcher with us. But it goes, all organizations have formal leaders by way of rank, title, and chain of command. Informal leaders, however, are often overlooked for the critical role they play within organizations by helping supervisors shape personnel into the employees those organizations need. Casti was then and has long been such an informal leader. She genuinely cares for the whole of her coworkers, not only that they learn how to do the job and know what to do when questions arise, but by mentoring them at work and in their daily lives. Her role as a mentor to her fellow telecommunicators, whether she accepts it or not, is real. In the absence of a lead dispatcher on the midnight shift, Casti stepped up as the go-to source for communications supervision and administrators who needed assistance during overnight hours. The dispatchers working in our communications center are an incredibly tight-knit group of our department. Casti took it upon herself to make sure that no one fails to serve the public or our officers to the best of their abilities. And if that standard wasn't good enough, she worked with those dispatchers to strengthen their capabilities. Dispatchers serve as a lifeline for our officers, and no one understands that and carries the gravity of that relationship more than Casti. Casti's love of her fellow man is evident in her service to our department and to our community through her service at church. Additionally, Casti is a longtime member of the Cops for Christ Chorus, performing for law enforcement functions within our county, including the annual Manatee County Law Enforcement Memorial Service during Police Week. She's a supporter of department fundraising efforts and tries to participate when she can, midnight schedule permitting. She always brings a light-hearted warmth and smile to all social gatherings. One thing that I always appreciated was that you were just honest. We need that. We need that from our fellow man, from our fellow coworkers. If you needed to say what's going good and bad, you were the one to give that answer. I think everyone who worked with you can attest to that. And that's the thing, is whether you want to hear it or not, she was going to tell you honestly how things were. Not her opinion, but actually how it was. And that's greatly appreciated. Tim is here too, because for many years you worked as not only police dispatch, but also fire dispatch, and he's got a call. So,
Yeah, so there was an example here, and Tim Gear, Fire Chief, and my department and I think we worked for you for many years, so this was a note from long ago, but Cassidy rarely made mistakes, but one memorable instance involved dispatching engine 12 to a car battery sale at a lot on 1909th Street West. Little slip up there. This resulted in puzzled looks and laughter in the room, a moment that still likely echoed over the radio. Still, she calmly and professionally corrected the information before engine 12 could go en route. But that's one of many instances. And I remember as a battalion at 2 a.m, if there was something going on, I would hear across the radio, because I scanned all night, Battalion 4. And whenever you're groggy at 2 to 3 a.m., I was like, "What? Am I having a nightmare?" And so I'd call Cassidy on the phone, and I'd be like, "Cassidy, did you just call me?" And she'd just be laughing and be like, "Yeah, I had a question for you." And so just good stuff. But when it was go time, Cassidy was always serious. She made things happen, and like Chief said, the voice in the darkness. And I'm so thankful all the incidents we had that you coordinated for us and made things happen. Can't thank you enough. Kept us safe through the years.
And just to end on one sort of a staggering note that we have. Since implementing our current CAD system in 2007, Cassidy has recorded a total of 69,095 service calls. Of those, 62,495 were for Bradenton Police and 6,600 were for Bradenton Fire. Her average call time from answering the phone to completing the dispatch was 1 minute and 39 seconds. Just let that sink in. Additionally, you entered a total of 6,534 high-risk or dangerous calls for our officers and firefighters. So we have, as is traditional, a plaque presented to Andrea Cassidy Brewer with heartfelt appreciation for her unwavering dedication, compassion, and exceptional service to the citizens of Bradenton as an emergency dispatcher for the Bradenton Police and Bradenton Fire Departments. Duties of service, September 23rd, 1999 through December 30th, 2025. Congratulations.
Hold on, Josh. Chief, hold on. I want to give her 1 minute and 39 seconds to say a speech there if she wants to. So.
It'll probably take longer than that.
Let's get a picture. Everybody squeeze in again.
Marianne, I think you're gonna get in trouble.
Get the seat, get it there.
You need your Apple box.
She's not using hers, I don't.
Marianne's not using hers.
Get to my right, because you'll get a little bit of a.
How's that?
I think you can.
Lisa. Thank you.
I don't want to make you do that.
If all PD and fire personnel could come up front, please.
Come on.
Both sides, both sides.
Yes.
AI.
Come up.
My family?
Everybody can stay.
Pastor. Pastor Linus, come on. Pastor David, come on. Family.
We'll have Cassie.
Y'all know your bosses.
Yeah. Cassidy,
Yes, sir.
will you please come to the podium?
Yes, sir.
Did you have anything you wanted to say?
No, because I'm crying already, and if I say anything, I'm going to be boohoo crying. But I want to thank the city for putting up with me. Now, my handle when I sent out any emails was TBDE. You know what that is? The best dispatcher ever.
Councilwoman Barnaby.
And thank you all.
All right, Councilwoman Barnaby. wanted
Don't
to
go
say-
anywhere.
Oh, I'm not going, okay, I'm through.
We ain't done with you yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In a speech, Ronald Reagan said, many times people go to bed at night, when they lay their head on the pillow, they wonder if they've made a difference. And his comment was, the United States Marine Corps does not have that problem. I would say, you don't have that problem either. You have made a huge difference in our city, in our community, the lives that you've saved, the work that you've done. Well done, good and faithful servant.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Councilwoman Coachman.
Cassie.
Hi. We're schoolmates, so
Yeah, we go way back.
way back.
You come from a great family,
Thank you.
so the expectations were that you would do great things. You exceeded it. I know everybody is proud. I am proud of you as well. Enjoy your retirement.
I'm going to try.
Try hard. I got a feeling you're gonna probably fail at it a little bit, but
Now,
But
the
all the
family
best.
she's talking about is the Rogers family.
Yes.
My mother is the youngest child of G.D. and Minnie Rogers, so.
that's right.
And obviously, we know of that family and what the family's meant to Manatee County, city of Bradenton, especially, and you've carried on that tradition very well and will continue to do that. I go back to a time or two when I've had to call 911 and an incident with my son and some of that, and you know, it's been, gosh, 33 years ago when my 11-month-old daughter stopped breathing, and I'm trying to get her breathing, and you're on with the dispatch, and at that time, I don't know who it was, but they're telling, you know, Mr. Brown, calm down, calm down. In my mind, I was calm.
Right.
But I'm trying to get her breathing, I'm giving her CPR, but I just remember that dispatcher. You know, so I mean, what you've done, and you've had thousands of those calls, tens of thousands of those calls, where you helped people. And without that, and behind the scene, when they hang up, then the heroes come, but you are the true hero to start it, so.
I tell everybody,
you.
we are the first of the first responders.
Yes,
Yep,
you are.
You know, and it was a job that I really enjoyed. I still miss the people. I miss the job, but it was time.
Well, thank you, and enjoy retirement. I know you probably won't retire sitting around, but just do the things you love to do, and as we know, great job.
Thank you so very much. Thank you all.
Madam Clerk.
Item 4B is another retirement announcement for IT.
Oh, no.
How's your back?
It's better.
Okay, good.
Not great, but
Right.
better.
So, Lance Williams, Chief Operating Officer, I have the pleasure to announce Kevin's retirement. Ms. Lanke, our IT Director, is at a conference at the moment, so she couldn't attend. But she did send me a little blurb to write about him. So Kevin's been with the city of Bradenton for 12 years. You may know of him of his stories that he shared with his dogs or his favorite football team. Unfortunately, it's the Lions, but can't hold him against that. But more of you know him for his support that he's provided through those 12 years. Support that's occurred with a smile, no matter what the issue has been. We thank him for his service, his loyalty to the city, and we wish him all the best in his retirement. He certainly will be missed. Karen Lake, IT Director. So, I want to thank Kevin because I've worked with Kevin for 11 years now. Always with a smile, always willing to help. IT is one of those jobs that if you don't need them, you don't really pay attention to them. And Kevin's always there when you need him. You call him, he's there. You email him, he's there. And he's done a great job for the city for 12 years, so he certainly will be missed. I know it'll be a hit to the IT team, and they'll always bounce back. They're a pretty resilient group. But Kevin, we want to thank you very much for your service to the city.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
I don't know what to say after following Cassidy, but I can just say that I've truly enjoyed coming into work every day. It's been an honor and a privilege being here. The city is a fantastic group of people, and I will definitely miss it. But it is time.
All right, Councilwoman Coker.
Yes. Kevin, as one of your problem children, you will be very missed, but enjoy your retirement. Thank you.
I do appreciate it.
Miss Barnaby.
Kevin, thank you for never making me feel stupid when I walked in and said, I can't get this to work. Your professionalism, your demeanor, I really appreciated it because I always walked in feeling like, this was like in Esperanto and I couldn't figure out what to do. So thank you.
And I can't get my iPad to work now, so could you?
Call extension 444.
Yeah, no, and that was obviously, some of us are more skilled than others, and I've got zero skills in technology parts of things. But any time that you had to come down to my office or come in and get something going, it was right on the spot. And without IT, dispatch probably wouldn't work. So, as you say, everyone's as important as the next because the clogs just don't work if we don't all work together. And that's one of the things I'm proud of in all my time here at the city, and I know our council will echo it. Without teamwork, there's nothing we can do. And I think we have a great team now, and we're working for the citizens for the future, and we hope your future is great. So thank you. Appreciate it. Let's get a picture.
So just real quick, this coming Friday from 1:30 to 2:30, they are having a cake for Kevin at the upstairs break room. So all are welcome.
All right, thank you. Let's get a picture. Everybody get in. Yeah, there's no.
I don't want to be in your way.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
Madam Clerk,
Item 5 is citizen comments.
citizen comment. At this time, citizen comment will be accepted during the citizen comment portion of the meeting on any non-agenda item, future agenda item, or topic of relevance to the city. Comments will be accepted on the public hearings at the appropriate time. And at this time, I just have one citizen comment card from Kim Morrell. Please come forward. Please state your name, your city of residence, and you will have 3 minutes. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I haven't seen y'all since last year, so Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
All right, I am Kimla Morrell. My address is 521 12th Avenue West in Bradenton. I am here as a representative of Exodus Community Resources. We were wanting to do an event at the Pavilion on May the 2nd. It's called Worship on the Water. And this event was going to uplift and inspire. And we would have 101 voice choir. We're going to have Truality perform. But the reason that I'm here is I am getting a block from the person who does the scheduling, Kelly. I presented last year, and she stopped me. Oh, we don't, she was saying, oh, the time or whatever, it wasn't enough time. So I took it. She kind of cut me off. She was very rude. So, but it's all good. So I tried to, this year, I put it in early, and I'm getting a block again. So now I feel like it's personal. I think that every citizen has a right to utilize our city and our city pavilion. So I gave her the date. She said the date wasn't available. She asked me for another date. That date wasn't available. I gave her another date. Neither was that one. And then she also told me that the rest of May, June, and July, the pavilion would be closed. So that meant any other dates that I would give her, don't give her none, because it ain't going to be available. So I take it personal. I would like to find out what event is scheduled, or what public event, because I really would like for this event to go forth. It's something that we want to do. We've tried. This is my second year, and I feel like we should be able to do this. Okay. So I don't know if I don't want to work with Kelly. Like Kelly and everything, but I don't want to work with her because I feel like it's personal. So if there is someone else who can be appointed that I could talk with and we can see, I would like to see what is scheduled, if those dates are taken, if that was a truthful statement, or if she's just blowing me off, okay? So thank you so much. I appreciate your time and the time to come here. I appreciate all you do. I do want to add 12th Avenue is so much better. You guys have done so much with 12th Avenue with the improvements and everything. Thank you for your continued support and surveillance. Have a blessed day. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I don't have any other comments, but I will respond to May and June. There's going to be some construction starting on May 4th, I think it is, and some other events are there already, so I do know that. I do know that events coordinator job is a tough job, and I've asked her to do that. I brought it in my office because of that when it started, because it was bouncing around over the years, and nothing was getting done. And sometimes it's not Kelly's probably works with people more than anybody on timing and that. So we'll talk offline a little bit, but I do know May and June, because of construction, it is unavailable, and there's already other events scheduled up through May that weekend. So, but we'll talk and we'll figure out something that we can do. But there is, what people don't realize is things are planned out. There is cost, there is regulations, and we have to do that as a city to protect our citizens, whether it's police, whether it's fire, whether it's insurance, whether it's other things. But as most of you know, and we've said this up here, I'm an events guy. I love events, and we will continue to have them, but there is logistics. So, but we'll talk offline. And you have your phone numbers on here, so we'll reach out. So thank you. Any other council comments? Seeing none. Madam Clerk?
Item 6 is the consent agenda, and staff is requesting approval of items A through M.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, well, Mr. Perry, did you want to say?
Mr. Perry's, yes, go
your
Mr. Perry.
usual?
Sure. I've had the opportunity, Mayor, to cover the consent agenda with the city councilors individually. We've spoken about any particular items that they may have had concerns about, and try to answer the questions and provide them information.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Perry. Ms. Coachman?
Move to approve consent agenda 6A through 6M.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I heard Ms. Barnaby first. Not that it was louder than Ms. Vice Mayor Coker. All right, any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll start the vote in Ward 2,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4,
Yes.
5,
Yes.
and 1.
Yes.
Carries 5-0. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
The next item is item 8A, Emergency Procurement Report.
And Mayor, if I may be heard on item 8A, the emergency purchase report, as you're familiar, I report to City Council at the next scheduled meeting after we authorize emergency expenditures for situations that typically would deal with infrastructure. In this case, there's 2 items on the emergency purchase report. The second item being the one at Manatee Ave and 22nd Street East, which was a water main break. It was repaired. We had to bring in an outside contractor. That was Woodruff and Son, and that was a $55,750 repair that had to be done on site. Involved a variety of different repair techniques to the main itself. I forget what the overall lossage of finished water was within that main, but I believe it was promptly addressed. We were able to tap the line, secure it, and put it back into service fairly quickly. That was through our engineering department. The first item being the repair at 3806 33rd Avenue West, which basically dealt with a sewer repair, and that was a force main that was handled through construction services, Mr. Demonia. Again, it was signed on 1/16/26, so middle of January. C-Squared was the contractor on that. So with that, I think I fulfilled my responsibilities under our policies and procedures related to emergency service requests, which of course allow me to authorize those repairs and then report to you at the next city council meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Any questions? Hearing none, moving on. Purchasing.
Item 8B is the addendum number 2 to the GMP to agreement for Seymour Continuing Services with Half Acre Construction for Lift Station 3 expansion.
Mr. Perry.
Mayor, item 8B is, of course, as pointed out by the city clerk, the agreement for a construction manager at risk, commonly referred to as a CMAR, and basically to put together the GMP, gross maximum pricing, that would be related to Lift Station 3 expansion. Of course, council is familiar probably with Lift Station 3 down in, it's actually on 2nd Avenue, but there's a project that involves a temporary lift station of Lift Station 13 that is on Riverside Avenue, and that has been historically a very problematic lift station for us. It's within 4 feet of the river, and the plan that we received approval from council and have developed engineering and construction processes for involve decommissioning Lift Station 13 on the river, bypassing it temporarily as it's in place now, and ultimately building a temporary lift station, which U.S. Water is doing within this contract itself as an adjunct to it. That temporary lift station will be in place to basically relay all of the sewer shed that goes into Lift Station 13 currently, and then take it to Lift Station 3. Overall, the plan is to take Lift Station 3. That sewer shed accompanies, services about somewhere between 187 and about 200 different service connections, mostly residential. This particular contract lays out, and it's in your package, what the overall cost to do this phase of the project, rebuilding Lift Station 3 to sufficient size, capacity, volume to be able to address the flow within that sewer shed. It's a $6.2 million project. It involves a series of force mains, about 700 linear feet that would run basically west to east to Lift Station 3. That's at the end of 2nd Avenue. We'd rebuild the lift station. We're currently in design with Jacobs Engineering as part and parcel of this project to design that lift station. It's a fairly expensive undertaking to design a lift station and then to build it. This is a $6.2 million project, as mentioned, and that will include the construction of the lift station itself and the force main associated with it, And within the package, it also includes a whole host of other types of things that are necessary for that, including demolition of the existing lift station, the bypass pump, the site work, the earthwork, the utilities, the concrete, the metal, the pumps, and the like. As I go through this lengthy situation, I believe it'll be slated for completion in, I want to say, March of '27.
It'll be sooner than that.
Sooner than that on the lift station
On the lift
itself.
station itself.
And the force main.
Correct.
Right. Yep, so that's the purpose here. And just let me also point out that the city received, I believe it was a $2.6 million grant from
2.7.
2.7, yep, $2.7 million grant from DEP with a local match as well. So it's a funded project. And basically, it also includes a second series of improvements, which will have to be to redo the collection system itself, to that sewer shed, and ultimately the laterals that come off the homes and go to the collection system. It'll be one of, if not the largest projects probably the city has taken on in its geographical reach to different affected areas, affected area and the residences in a particular sewer shed of rehab construction. You know, typically this would be done basically on new construction. You see it out Cortez Road, 75th Avenue, all that piping, all that infrastructure, other places and the like. This is a rehab effort, and there's different components of it. This is the first, and probably one of the, they're all important, but one of the foremost paramount importance projects.
Mrs. Moore, did you have any comments on this?
I walk, everyone knows I walk the dog just about every day, and I can attest that it's just so exciting to see things, to see shovels in the ground and the project moving forward tangibly. A neighbor actually forwarded me the city's Instagram post, so much thanks to Ms. Shadiq and David. I don't know where he is, but the footage was great, so if you all pop onto Instagram,
Right.
you can see some great aerials. Not necessarily of Lift Station 3 because we're just beginning that shovel in the ground, but of the temporary lift station. And I felt like it just was representative of, just a feel in that area of things progressing, excitement about, rebuilding and investment and, the new time post-hurricanes and all of that. So much thanks to everybody I know, from engineering to procurement to administration, that it's been probably a lot, and I am just so appreciative and so excited. I never thought I would be this excited about lift stations and collection sewer systems, but here we are, and it's very exciting.
Councilwoman Barnaby.
Point out also, the leadership that was necessary, because with some of this project, we had to go to court to quiet title, and the mayor has kind of taken a pretty good leadership role. We appreciate your involvement in that. Technically, the staff, Colonel Leith that's in the audience, and those folks have done a really good job. I remember coming in, I think on one of the holidays, and trying to get the team together to expedite things, because the engineers were telling us, well, it wouldn't be the engineering work for Lift Station 3, and the ability to pre-purchase some of those components would be basically 3 or 4 months longer than what it is. And Mr. Williams and I said, that can't be. We need it quicker, and there's deadlines and stuff. So it also represents an expedited ability and bandwidth, capacity, and passion and expertise to do this of a lot of disciplines that you guys have supported through this city and the city council. We appreciate that.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, if I could just follow up, because I forgot to mention this one thing, which is the, I can't think of a better word other than aggressive, procurement of funds, generally speaking. I think that this trajectory that we're on with really being proactive and getting grant funding, using Woodard's fiscal team for that sort of thing, not even just for these 3 projects that I am, boots on the ground witnessing, but for so many more. I know, lift stations 3 and 13 are not the only lift stations that I'm aware of that I know are super problematic. And so I also just wanted to give a kudos to with the way staff is also procuring funds, because it's been my observation that, where there's a will, there's a way, and it's not for lack of trying to do these things in the past, it's just that they're expensive.
Thank you. Councilwoman Barnaby.
Yes, Mr. Perry, could you please speak to it's the addendum number 2, the second page, item number 3, talking about contract time and liquidated damages. It's right here. I just want that on the record, please.
Sure, I'm gonna borrow your iPad.
Absolutely.
There's a specific construction period where the CMAR is responsible for substantial completion of the work within 301 days of receipt of the notice to proceed. 301 days is obviously about 10 months.
Right.
And so it's fairly fast-tracked, there's no doubt about that. There's liquidated damage provision.
Which is?
Which is basically if that target isn't met, it's a pre-agreed upon penalty that the contractor would pay for lack of timely completion. In this case, it's $1,000 per calendar day. So it incentivizes the contractor to get it done. And a lot of times when you're talking about these type of contracts, contractors aren't willing to do that because on the back end, if they don't bring it in on time, there's that type of penalty and exposure. It's interesting when you put that up and what you set that at, because sometimes you pay for it within the contract. Obviously, if there's more risk to the contractor, they're going to charge you a little bit. This is pretty reasonable at $1,000 per day on both sides of it. It's not a small amount, but it's large enough to incentivize completion. That would be my comment on it.
Thank you. I just wanted that out there because, many times people think that we just vote on these things and it's kind of loosey-goosey or whatever. This is that's a pretty substantial penalty. So I am believing that they're going to do everything they can to make sure that they finish within the contract.
Well, they also were willing to sign it knowing what the possibility of them finishing is good. So,
I just wanted one final point. That's another thing when I talk about bandwidth and expertise. This is submitted by Ms. Jones, who's out there as our chief purchasing agent, and putting this contract together and working it with the various contractors, the interface with the engineering aspect of it, and the construction services. There's a great deal of thoughtfulness and technical attention that has to be paid to these things and expertise. And again, we're upping the game and the bandwidth and the expertise, and it just seems like it's one thing after another that Aaron's team has to put together, and they're doing a great job, and they did a great job on this project.
and I'll agree with that, Mr. Perry, because we as a city council and obviously through the mayor's office are pushing our team very aggressively and timing, and we try to be positive through that and be, not being, as a too aggressive, but also setting us up to succeed. And that's one of the things that I've stressed is some things aren't acceptable because it's government. A very polished stateswoman once told me that we can't be total business, but we can be business-like. And that's what I feel that our government is doing now. We're running this like a business while supporting our citizens, but also protecting the integrity of our city. And some of the citizens, because of past experiences, don't have faith in us. But this is what we said, you've never seen us. And so as they look out there, obviously they were here when they were bashing us. They're not here today because good things are happening, but that's good. But we need them to understand we've got a different team now, not only on this dais, but out in our staff that is wanting to face and fix it. And we really stress hard on that on the infrastructure underground. But we're doing that with everything else too, just generically as we go through, face and fix it. So that's important to me. But we now have timelines. We now have things, shovels in the ground. We now have not tens of millions, but hundreds of millions now that we're getting these projects done while still being good stewards of our citizens' money. And don't judge us for the past, judge us for where we are and what we can do better now. And I think that will show a positive impact for our children and grandchildren. And that's always been the motto of what I've done and what this council is doing is what are we going to set us up to succeed? Too many people want to set you up to fail, and that's the wrong way to go. And believe me, and I've said this to a few of you over the time, there's battles behind closed doors every day. And some of the battle is that we get stuff done and it doesn't go into the public. But it's not just about wastewater. It's about everything else in the city that's going good. And it's, one of the things I saw, I was watching, I don't know why now I watch other county commission meetings around the region and all of that, but we've got to talk about the good things we're doing. This is a good thing, but it's about wastewater and stormwater and all of that, and our drinking water. But we also are doing a city park. We're also doing a study that's going to come out soon, hopefully, with what the future of this city can be. And a lot of us won't see the ultimate outcome of that on this dais, but we know we're setting it up for the future. And that's what I'm proud to be overseeing with the great council and I don't know what's greater than great, a fabulous, great staff that knows where the direction of this council wants to go. So we appreciate that. Real quick, while we're just talking about water stuff, Mr. Perry, Mr. Williams, can you give us a little, and I didn't ask you this before, so I don't always like to, but this is an easy one. Mr. Williams probably can give it. But there's been some news about Manatee County running out of water by 2037 or short, and they keep saying City of Bradenton gets the water. Can you explain that a little bit of why and what water we get from Manatee County? Mr. Williams?
Sure, yeah, we do purchase a very small amount of water from Manatee County. Back when on the west side of the city, when you have Perico Island and that area, that infrastructure was already set up through the county. So when we incorporated that into the city of Bradenton, there was no reason to duplicate the infrastructure. It was a better business decision to actually buy the water wholesale from the county. So that's a little bit of the area that we get the water from the county. And I believe Manatee Memorial gets their water from the county as well. It's a very small portion of our service area for the entirety of the city. Most of the city, and I don't have a good percentage, but I would say roughly 95% plus of the city gets their water from the city of Bradenton. So when you hear anything about Manatee County may or may not run out of water, obviously a headline sells newspapers or sells clicks or, gets the attention. But that would not affect the city. If it happened tomorrow, obviously that's a situation, but none of that's going to happen. It would affect the city very little, and then we would have redundancies put in place to make sure that if that were to ever happen years down the road, our citizens would still have their water supply.
And I think part of the grant we just got is for the fresh drinking water, and we're working on projects that will continue to go and update our Evers Reservoir.
Correct. Yep. Yeah,
If I can just add a little bit to that, Mr. Williams' description is really good, but we purchase that finished water from the county for Perico Island, and we do it on a monthly basis. I sign a check every month for the finished water that goes out there. We buy it at wholesale, sell it at retail, because we do have some responsibility for service of all that system that comes in through Harbor Isle and the other particular areas. But for purposes of proportionality, there are allocations with maximum allocations of that water that I believe are around $4.5 million gallons per month, because it's billed monthly, as I said. And when you think about our system basically circulates about 6 to 7 million gallons, somewhere between 5.5 and probably lower end of 7 on an average basis.
A day.
That's right. That's 4 million capped out per month going out there. So you divide that month by 30, you're probably talking about a couple 300,000 gallons at the most going out there. So it kind of confirms Lance's math about it being maybe a 5% contributor to the overall water distribution. I think it's a little bit less. And so, that kind of gives you some perspective on it.
Thank you. Ms. Barnaby, did you have something still?
Nope, I'm good.
Your card.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
I'm sorry.
Just wanted to make sure. All right, well, I just think information is king, and a lot of times information gets out that, is confused, and then the Facebook starts and
Yeah.
social media
Yeah.
starts. And
I don't know how Manatee County, with a population of 430,000, and the city with a population of roughly 58,000, could be that much of a significant drain on the overall water supply availability to the county.
And you also see that all of us, and I include all the municipalities and the county, are planning for the future, are looking ahead. Manatee County's doing a great job at some of their water systems with different technology coming out and how they can do things. So I think there's opportunity.
The county is still selling water to
Oh,
Sarasota
yeah,
County.
yeah. Yeah, so if something happened, we'd have to stop.
And the county, to their credit, I mean, you want multiple water sources, so you're not relying on just one. They have the duet wells that are in the northeast corner, that are predominantly a major source of their water. They have aquifer water underground, and they have surface water out at Lake Manatee.
Right, yep. All right, this information. Madam Clerk, moving on.
Can we have a motion, please?
Okay, to approve that, you're right. So is there a motion to approve?
Yes, please.
All right, Mrs. Moore, to approve the addendum number 2 to the guaranteed maximum price for
Second.
Lift Station 3. Barnaby. All right, any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll start the vote in Ward 3,
Yes.
4,
Yes.
5,
Yes.
1,
Yes.
2.
Yes.
Appreciate it. Approved. 5-0. Yeah, we get excited about all the fun stuff and we forget about getting it done. But no, that's exciting, and I hope, obviously, Mrs. Moore and others will spread that around to show, and plus they see the shovels in the ground already.
And our communications team is doing a great job of getting the word out on that as well. And, you know, obviously, Ms. Shattuck and Mr. Myers, both social media and other channels are doing a good bang-up job trying to let the public know about that with correct information.
Correct. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk.
Item 9A is the second amendment to purchase and sale agreement between New Rogers Garden Limited Partnership, Housing Authority of the City of Bradenton, and the City of Bradenton.
Mr. Perry.
Mayor Astor, item 8C. 8A under unfinished business. This is an amendment to the contract that was previously approved for the purchase of the property that is currently basically within the ownership fee of the Bradenton Housing Authority itself. The Bradenton Housing Authority, of course, leases that on a long-term lease to Telesis and now to Wingate, who has stepped into the shoes of the former Telesis for that long-term lease. It was attached originally as part of the development of Bradenton Village, basically, and it's probably about 10 acres. I don't have the specifics on the exact acreage, but I'll say roughly 10 acres that abounds 13th Avenue to the north, 17th Avenue to the south, and due west of the constructed Bradenton Village all the way to a property line by Rogers Garden Elementary School to the west. At any rate, what this particular amendment is that we've been trying to purchase that for the development of City Park. As council's probably heard from me multiple times, it's key to that overall development. It'll assist in providing a pad-ready site to PAL for a community education, sports, rec, learning, personal development center. It'll also, on the south side, provide about 4 to 5 acres of stormwater on-site retention that's necessary to meet SWIFT mud permit requirements for the totality. It's a key piece of property. One of the hitches in putting together that property deal, which was fairly complex, and you sat in many meetings, so you know it better than most folks, is the ownership interest in the property previously. Again, you have Bradenton Housing Authority, and then the leasehold interest owner being Wingate now. There's a provision in there that required HUD to approve. HUD is a large federal agency. They're subject to a great deal of technical, I don't want to call it bureaucracy, but rules and regulations. It's very time-consuming. And it's also subject to a great deal of legal interpretation and ambiguity, particularly when you look at some of these agreements that were put in place, really ranging back 50 years plus, and multiple agreements. So there was a trust that was basically placed on this in the chain of title, is what it's called. When the title insurance company looks at chain of title, they try to see, are there encumbrances, and are there things that have to be cleared? And if they can be cleared, who has to clear them, what the process is to satisfy the title insurance company. In this case, the title insurance company looked at it and originally saw this trust and said, you want to consider this as an exception and perhaps have it cleared. They looked at it closer with their underwriters and title search people, and they said basically that we are willing to issue the title insurance policy for the purchase price and related defense costs to defend it. Title insurance is interesting. When you buy it, there's two things they have to cover. One is the cost of the property. The other thing is their second duty, a duty to defend your ownership in the property. And if you go through litigation, that can become expensive too. In this case, the title insurance policy and the opinion letter that they provided said that they were willing to basically insure the property. They don't believe the trust and HUD approval is necessary, and that they would insure the property and meet their obligations of indemnity as well as duty to defend under the insurance policy. That being the case, we removed it from the requirement that you had previously approved as a diligence clearance that had to be done pursuant to what your recommendation and approval was for the original purchase and sales agreement. With that, I'll turn to Ms. Fortin and ask her if there's anything else she wants to hit on it. Is that good? Okay, all right.
All right, so we just need a motion.
Not enough lawyering?
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
So we would just need a motion for the Second
To
Amendment.
approve the Second Amendment.
Ms. Coachman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion to approve the Second Amendment to purchase and sale agreement between New Rogers Gardens Limited Partnership, okay, it's getting, the Housing Authority of the City of Bradenton and the City of Bradenton, and authorize the mayor to execute all closing documents required to consummate the purchase.
Second.
Second. Barnaby heard first. All right, any other comments or discussion? Hearing none, we'll start the vote in Ward 4,
Yes.
5,
Yes.
1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
3.
Yes.
Approved 5-0. Thank you very much, and thanks for all the hard work on everyone in the staff, because it's been, it's been a lot of work. It's been a lot of making sure things are right, and thank you, Mr. Perry, for continuing to go down that, because this would have been something that would have been easier not to have in this project, but it's generationally going to make changes for our community, and that's what we continue to want to do. So, all right, Madam Clerk, we're to council reports. Mr. Williams has something first.
Yeah, if I could.
Yes, sir.
So, thank you, Mayor. We have, we talk about facing it and fixing it, right? So we're in the process of facing our situation. We're fixing a lot of problem areas. And the question always comes up, okay, well, what do you do after you face it and you fix it? How do you manage it after that? So what I'd like to do is have Ms. Armstrong and Ms. Nix come up, and they just have a quick overview presentation. On Monday, we kick off our asset management system, our enterprise asset management system. So it's not just for wastewater or lift stations, it's for the entirety of the city. So we started with our largest department, which is Public Works, and their work order process. Before we get started on that real quick, I do want to, we talk about all of the funding that we are getting outside of the city. Much like IT, I want to give kudos to Heidi and her finance team, because they manage all of that. And we're not managing just a few dollars like we did in the past. We have an influx of money. How do we make sure that we're using it correctly, making sure we hit the timelines, the reporting deadlines, and so forth? So, and in conjunction with Erin and her team, Irv and his team, I'm going to give Heidi kudos, Linda kudos, and David Lindsay, who we brought on board with Public Works, has worked very well with our finance team to ensure that we're going to hit those deadlines, meet all of those stipulations that we have to make sure that we're in good graces with the grants as well. So kudos to Heidi and her finance team. Teresa, moving on to our asset management system. Teresa's our project manager. She's done a phenomenal job, and I also want to give out kudos to Public Works and each superintendent. They've been on board for this from day one, and Teresa, feel free to speak a little bit more if you'd like to, but everybody, it's been a team effort. Teresa's headed it up. She's going to give you a real quick overview of the work order system, kind of something that we're managing in a citizen, consumer-facing aspect. And then just keep in mind, this is a work in progress, so this is something that'll develop and continue on through time. So, Ms. Armstrong.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. Teresa Armstrong. I'm the IT project manager for the city of Bradenton. We're excited to announce that starting Monday, February 2nd, we're going to launch our new asset management program. The new program supports the Face It, Fix It initiative and reflects on our commitment to the continuous process improvement and represents a significant shift in how we operate as an organization. The program equips staff with the tools necessary to effectively manage the assets through their entire life cycle with scheduled predictive and preventative maintenance as well as data-driven reporting. As part of the program, we would like to introduce My Bradenton 311. The My Bradenton 311 is for non-emergency service requests for public works and utility-related issues and concerns. With the My Bradenton 311, we will have a new public web portal that will replace the current system. A lot of you are familiar with Public Stuff, which is a very simple program where they submit a request and that's it. It doesn't attach to an asset. It doesn't give us the data-driven reporting we need. It doesn't help us with the life cycles or the predictive information that we need for our critical infrastructure. Public Stuff was that standalone program, so we're very excited about the new asset management program. With the public web portal, we also have a mobile app. The mobile app will be available later. To date, it's not available as of Monday, but it's in development. And with ease, our citizens can receive or look up city information. They can submit a request. They can track the status of the request. We also have our social media links and our website information out there for ease at their fingers. We do encourage our citizens to utilize the new public web portal and also the mobile app. It'll help us on the back end with the asset management. We need that information in order for us to do better, right? To manage it and have those process improvements. Yep. So staff has been working for several months. Public Works and the Utilities Department along with IT. Our GIS team was critical as well. We did a lot of analysis. We've streamlined some operations and we've looked at processes to make the city of Bradenton better.
Perfect.
Thank you.
So much like finance and IT that are kind of behind the scenes, your asset management system isn't flashy. It's not something that you're going to see every day, but it is critical to the success of the city of Bradenton now and then going into the future. So the mobile app that we have, much like our public stuff, will allow citizens, yourselves, to take pictures, send in a request for service, and much like Ms. Armstrong said, but this system will actually attach to the asset of the city. Public stuff is just a work order system. You enter it, it creates a work ticket, they go out and they take care of whatever the service is, and it's completed and it's done. It never attaches to the asset, there's no reporting to it. This is a much more robust system and a full enterprise asset management system. Again, not something flashy. It's not a vertical building you're going to see. We're not going to have a groundbreaking or ribbon cutting, anything of that nature. But if we face it and fix it and we don't implement something like this, we've not really done ourselves any favors or anybody in the future. So kudos to Teresa and her team. Kudos to Mr. Perry, Mayor, Council for allowing us to go down this road and have a system put in place that helps us manage everything that we are facing and fixing going into the future. So Teresa, thank you very much for all your hard work. Allison's been a huge piece of that for Public Works. I know she doesn't want to come up in the public, say anything in the public forum, but she's been a phenomenal asset and partner with Teresa. So I just want to thank the both of them for their leadership and taking on this challenge, and it's a big deal. It's a big project.
No, I think one of the most important things as we look at it from up here is that when something's fixed, you know when it was fixed, you know when it continues on, and then if something breaks 6 months from now in that same area or there's a problem, well, why did it break after we just fixed it?
Correct.
Not because there's a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit sign wrapped around it that was from 50 years ago.
Right.
Because that's how they tried to fix things, and it happened. So, Vice Mayor Coker.
Thank you. Will we still be notified? I mean, if the citizen's going directly to report an issue, I know, especially, at least for my ward, I don't have to necessarily know everything. I'd like to kind of be on top of it and know if there's an issue, so that if I get calls separately, will we be able to be notified when there's something?
There's not, I'll answer this and you can back me up or fill in the blanks, but there's not anything that's going to be automated in the system that will notify you specific to your ward. However, it doesn't mean that we can't put processes in place to give you some reporting. So it's not going to be real time. If I enter a ticket for Ward 1, it's not going to notify you that there's a ticket now, because you would be inundated, with everything that goes into those systems or into this particular work order system. But if there are critical things that you want to look at, and it's something that we'll kind of have to define as we travel down that road. But there's certainly reporting, back to Teresa's point, there's reporting that we can provide leadership in Public Works, Mr. Perry, myself, Mayor, Council. If you guys want specific ward areas, we can fine tune it to that as well. You can do kind of the entirety of the city. Again, it's something that we'll have to programmatically define as we move forward, but we've never had this opportunity in the past. And so there's a lot of tools that'll be in our asset management system that we can take advantage of that we didn't really have access to before. So we'll give you as much information as you want, but we also don't want to inundate you with, everything that's happening that may or may not
Potholes
be.
being filled.
Right,
obviously.
exactly.
But a
we
report
are-
can be
Correct.
looked at later on.
Excuse me, correct. And we are looking at some of the notifications to the requester. So obviously you get, much like public stuff, you get the initial, your request has been submitted. What we're looking at is to see if we can get kind of a midway point. Your request has been assigned, so you know that it's being worked, and it just didn't get entered into a reference of public stuff before, kind of the black hole of work order systems. You know that somebody's actually looking at it and it's progressing forward. And then when it's completed, there is an internal process that Public Works is working on, that if it's going to take if it's going to take longer, we're going to need additional support, maybe a subcontractor at this point, because we uncovered something a little bit larger than we have a pothole. Well, now we have to take up the street because of, maybe some underground repairs that need to be done. We're going to reach out to that citizen and let them know, hey, this is going to take a little longer than we thought. Again, we want them to know that we're working the submissions, we're working the requests. And then there are going to be ones that, you submit it, within a few hours it's assigned, and within a few hours it's completed. I had one yesterday. Allison put a ticket in for me in public stuff, and this just goes to show that they're working their process internally. It literally was submitted, and it was done this morning. Like, I got a completion that it was done this morning. So, again, going back to your original question, we'll be able to give you as much information as you want or as little as you want, and we can kind of define that as we go down this program.
I just want to point out that, we're starting this as a rollout here at the beginning of February. We will continue to keep you all up to speed. The asset management, is an enterprise asset management, EAM. It has a lot more functionality than just handling citizens' complaints and things like that. It's basically all GIS based, and it has functionality for preventative maintenance that Ross's team can do, and streets and drains and collections and everybody else. Joel is here with it, and we coordinate all of these assets, and they get an asset number of some sort, a coordinate for where it's located. The functionality of this, as far as it digitalizing our ability to get management information, is really, where we need to be. You can't do this stuff on spreadsheets or written reports anymore. There's too much to it. There's too much connectivity to it. There's too much public interface with it. There's too much interconnectivity with our various departments that touch all these assets. And when you look at the assets of the city, they're in the billions of dollars.
Absolutely. And
So Teresa's taken, and IT's taken a good lead on starting this from the IT perspective, but there's a lot of other folks, particularly in all of the departments, that have a key role to play. And they've welcomed it, I think, realizing that we have to move in that direction. We'll continue to report on it.
Right.
But we wanted to introduce it today.
and then just real quick, just internally, we have an opportunity with the new police station, a new fire station to, again, track those assets, make sure they're maintained. So there'll be internal reporting and requests as well that can happen.
Code enforcement, I see Mike out there, all kinds of stuff.
Yep.
Mrs. Barnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I concur with Councilwoman Coker because some things that happen is there may be a force main break. There may be, a cave-in, this sort of thing. And in the past, prior to me coming on the council, and even when I was on the council before, it was get it fixed as fast as you can. And there wasn't really a lot of record keeping with it. And that's how you ended up finding out when you started pulling streets apart that there were old telephone poles holding up and shoring up sanitary sewer lines. Because that's the equipment that they had at the time. It was there, they got it done fast, and nobody knew it. I mean, it's crazy.
4 pieces of seawall down on
Right.
Riverview Boulevard,
Yes.
26th Street, that happened to pierce a water distribution line a few months back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the thing is, though, we get calls, and many times we can get calls after hours at home saying, does the city know about this, or has it been reported? So to be able to have the opportunity to maybe, on some of the major things, to have something that we could let me look it up, let me get back with you, that sort of thing, that would be very helpful, I think.
We'll be going in that direction. That's really a function of its reportability, generating reports because it's a management information system. But management is a broad spectrum. Management of preventive maintenance, management of your elected officials, management that public's response back to them that's being repaired, a whole host of things. And so we will basically expand out the functionality of this as we move forward.
I would like to say that currently on the mobile app or on the public portal, you can view existing requests. So citizens can go in there and see if this has already been reported. You can see surrounding work orders that have been submitted in your area. So that is there now. So there's visibility to our citizens, and there's also visibility to you as well on the public-facing end. The reporting and stuff on the back end, absolutely, we can work on that.
All right, I want to have Ms. Moore, but we've got about 1 minute before we have to take a hard break because of the next.
I also was gonna just follow up on the reporting. I appreciate not being inundated with reporting, but I do see the categories, and I think that they would be helpful for us to, something I'm thinking like what code enforcement does with just like very general categories so that we can know. It makes me think of things like, do we have to revisit the lawn vendor, or do we have to talk to waste removal? And I'm just using those as examples because they're part of the categories. So like a super general, I think reporting helps us kind of like a vibe check of sorts. And then I'm excited, just a kudos, because I like that we maybe are moving towards being able to know that in 5 years, we're going to have to replace X asset, and we can actually plan and procure the money and the funds and all the things that have to happen before we do that.
That's the goal, is to be more strategic and give staff the tools that they need to manage those assets and do better as a city.
Sounds good.
So real quick, just a key takeaway is we have to use it. So just remember that we're all gonna be stewards and push it on, but there'll be more to come.
All right, thank you very much. Great job.
Thank you,
It's
Teresa.
9:45 a.m. We'll take a recess till 10 o'clock.
Go check my email real quick.
Yes, at 10 o'clock. Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
did you want to read into the record what we're doing?
Oh, I'm sorry. Item 7A is a petition for PLN APL 25003, and it's a public hearing. Anyone that wishes to speak during the following public hearing will please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations which you're about to present to this board will be truthful and accurate? I do. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The recess that was mentioned in the mail notification for the public hearing has been canceled, so we're just going to go right through. We're not going to take a recess at some point to go to lunch, or it's going to go right through. All communications that were sent directly to elected officials were forwarded to the planning department and the clerk's office. If any council members or myself has not yet forwarded those communications, please do so after the meeting, because we did get a lot of emails and communications. One of the things that I'll say that, we all are very apt at responding, but because when this became where we are, we did not respond to your emails, not because we didn't care, but it just wasn't the right thing to do and legally going through things. So what I'm going to do, and I'm just going to read through how this is going to go and a couple other comments, because we are, a business meeting. It's a public forum. So obviously when someone speaks or someone, whether you agree or disagree, we won't have any cheering or booing or anything like that. No clapping, no anything outside the normal business meeting. We will ask that this is your warning. So if you do talk over while somebody's speaking, you will be asked to leave. And that's our rules of order, our decorum that we have. So it will be who's at the podium has the podium. So please do not disrupt that as we go. So the order will be, once I open the public hearing, I'll ask the council a question about any ex parte, and then with the presentations will go. The appellant will have 15 minutes, then the city will have 15 minutes, and then Cottonmouth will have 15 minutes. We will not comment, the council will not comment during those presentations. Then we'll open it up to public comment, then we'll close the public comment. Then there will be a rebuttal, which Cottonmouth will go first, then the city, and then the appellant. Then the council will deliberate and figure out what direction to go, and then I'll close the public hearing. One of the things that we will say, and we do this often, where if you have 3 minutes in public comment, but if you want to get up and say, you've got my email, I support or don't support, you don't have to take your whole 3 minutes, but you're welcome to. But you can just say I'm in support of it or not, because obviously with a lot, we already all have read all of those and gone through them, but we're giving both sides the opportunity and just trying to make it where it is a diligent meeting and gets the information out there. So as we go through it, again, it's going to be a very calm meeting, and we're going to give both sides the opportunity to take care of things. So at this time, I'm going to open the public hearing, and I'm going to look at the council as well as myself. Is there any ex parte communications that anyone would like to notice now? And I did say we did get all the emails, but I didn't respond to any of them. So does anybody have anything? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Moore.
I did not have ex parte communications. I did acknowledge emails and thank someone for sending. I thanked people for sending them, but let them know that I could not speak to the subject matter.
All right.
Mr. Mayor.
All right, yes, ma'am, Ms. Barnaby.
That is very similar to what I did up until yesterday afternoon. If your email came in after yesterday afternoon, I have not acknowledged it and I have not forwarded it, but it will be sent to the appropriate people for the public record.
Thank you. Madam Attorney, is that sufficient for
Yes.
going forward? All right, thank you. All right, what we'll do is we'll go right into the presentation for the appellant.
Good morning, council members and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Laura Lawson. I'm attorney for Carrie Price, Carrie Price and her husband Preston Whaley have lived in the middle of the Village of the Arts since 2008. In addition to residing there with their 2 children, they also have a home business, a yoga studio, Blue Sky Yoga, in that structure. They live exactly right next door to Cottonmouth. Their many bedroom windows in their home face Cottonmouth. Cottonmouth came there more towards around 2020 and has more recently introduced this musical entertainment use that is what we're discussing today. In addition, as to being an attorney, I was a legislative aide for a Hillsborough County Commissioner for 8 years. So I have some insight into what it is like to be behind the dais when we have these kinds of neighborhood disputes about zoning and planning. But in this case, I think there is good news, because this case is really about a legal issue. And the point is that your planning director, she did an excellent job analyzing this situation. She's an expert. She's the professional that you have put in charge of your planning and zoning. She has a lot of discretion about the village overlay that's relevant to this issue. And she analyzed the code, she looked at all the available uses, she prepared a 16-page report to support her opinion and determination. She testified in support of it. And because this proceeding is an appeal, it's also a de novo public hearing. That means this council has the opportunity to take a fresh look at what took place at the Planning Commission Board. You can review all of that, but while the Planning Commission Board was supposed to find error on the part of the planning director, that's not that you don't have to spend a lot of time determining whether they made an error. You're simply free also to uphold the planning director's decision for your own reasons. I think what would be really helpful to ground us is to look at the maps. As you can see here, this rectangle, this is the Village of the Arts. You can see there's the brighter purple color along the outside perimeter of the village, and then in the interior, there's the more lavender color. I don't know if you can see an MW up in the top right corner. That's where Motorworks is. You're familiar maybe with Motorworks. It's not very far from here. It is in the T4RO open area of the village, whereas where the Price and Whaley family live is in the interior, lavender, T4R restricted portion of the village. And you can see that dot is approximately where Cottonmouth is located. Okay, here is a more close-up view of the area around Cottonmouth. You can see the subject parcel, that's Cottonmouth. And this speaks to the uses around Cottonmouth. And what you see is it's still primarily residential. You have 25 dwelling units. You have 6 of these business, residential, live, work properties, and they're all these non-intensive, low traffic generating uses. We've got the yoga, we've got galleries, we've got a record store, the village streamstress, the village art house. There are only 2 structures within this area that are business only. That's Cottonmouth, the restaurant, and Embodied Health, which again, as you can see, all of the idea of all of this is these low intensity uses. Okay, now here just briefly, this is table 4.7. This is what your planning director relied on in making the determination that she made. And you can see it's got the T4R and the T4O, just glancing at it. You can see there's a lot more uses available in the T4O than the T4R. And you can see it's by permit or special use. And as you know, permits are generally allowable. As I'm sure the council is quite aware, special uses is a much more complex proceeding where you're considering whether the use goes with the neighborhood. Okay, now let's look here at the entertainment uses. You can see there's a long list of entertainment uses allowed in the T4O, whereas in the T4R, none of these are allowed, neither by permit nor by special use. Rather, there's a process where the director can allow a restaurant. But in that case, she has a great deal of discretion over that, and she also is allowed to consult with residents and business owners in the district. This began on June 23rd, 2025. That's more than 7 months ago. A stop work order was issued regarding the entertainment at Cottonmouth. It has never been enforced because of the objections, proceedings, and arguments brought by Cottonmouth. Here, so on July 11th, 2020, I'll say one more thing. What occurred at that time was for operating an outside event venue without a special use permit. So on July 11th, 2025, Cottonmouth applies for a special use permit for the purpose of hosting live music events on an outdoor patio. And they include a site, and you can see the stage is there in the backyard. On August 5th, 2025, your planning director responded to this request. She determined that Cottonmouth had been approved for a restaurant, but has evolved into an additional use. She said at the time, outdoor amusement center or outdoor auditorium. We're going to focus on outdoor auditorium because ultimately she decided that was the more analogous use for what they were doing. And you see here's the definition: a place of open air assembly consisting of a central place or stage for performances which may be open to the sky or partially covered or enclosed. Now, on August 29th, 2025, Cottonmouth brings this appeal. And this, I think, is where we see how the Planning Commission got off track in their analysis. Instead of providing the definition that's in the form-based code, they provided one that talks about a venue for outdoor performances designed and intended primarily for spectators. I think that primarily for spectators was how we got the idea if you're serving food, then it's not an auditorium. And then they also just provided some additional language here saying not a venue, no tickets, no admission. But if you look over at the definition of outdoor auditorium, it doesn't mention ticketing, it doesn't mention admissions. It is true that other use that was originally cited did, but the outdoor auditorium makes no use, no mention of ticketing. So on October 15th, 2025, there was a public hearing in front of the Planning Commission board. And they heard from the planning director, they heard from the police, they heard from the fire chief, they heard from Cottonmouth and many of their a few of their music fans. They also heard from the neighborhood. And what I have here, I don't have time to go through all the testimony at the hearing, but I really wanted to highlight the testimony of residents just briefly. I simply don't want extremely loud music in my backyard most days of the week. Normal to loud and very loud, and at times I stay out of my own backyard because I cannot hold conversations. They describe having to close all their windows to watch television, saying that the rights of residents are being subverted to the business. Ms. Price also testified, and she's going to testify at the end of this. A clay artist testified that this is occurring at the expense of everyone around them. Ms. Weisner testified, when they host live music, the sound carries so strongly in my home that I cannot enjoy outdoor activities. So all of this is laid out in the transcript that we provided with this appeal, which provides a lot more information that the council's also welcome to consider. So after the public hearing, the board approved the order on a 4-2 basis. One board member was absent. This is a bare majority. And they determined that the music is allowable as an accessory use. They also relied strictly on Cottonmouth's position. They didn't reference the form-based code, and to determine that the outdoor live music activities as described during the hearing should be classified as an accessory use to the restaurant. We filed the appeal December 18th, and then here we are today at this de novo public hearing. So here is the issue with the Planning Commission order. It does not demonstrate error by the planning director. That was what was necessary to reverse her decision. First of all, because it relied on the wrong definition of outdoor auditorium. That's why it's saying that that the ticketing, that's where the ticketing component comes in. And it also testified that, it also relied on the idea that meals are served at all times. Well, that's not really the issue, because you can have two primary uses at one site. I'm sure the council has seen that many times. The fact that they also have food does not mean that this is not an outdoor auditorium. And finally, again, no error was demonstrated by the planning director. Who applied and they didn't talk about the form-based code. They just come up with this accessory use idea. So Cottonmouth promotes itself as an entertainment venue and continues to do so because of how this proceeding and how all of these matters have dragged out. I mean, there's a couple things about this. If this were background music, which the planning director said is an accessory use to a restaurant, and we can all understand that background music is an accessory use to a restaurant, it's just that the fact that there are any fans tends to demonstrate that that's not what it is. So does all of these performers coming through tends to demonstrate it's not an accessory use. When I looked in the LURA to see mention of what might be an accessory use to a restaurant, they spoke to those little t-shirt shops. You know what I'm saying? You go to the restaurant, you can buy some knickknacks, hats, whatever. It spoke to nothing like this. The definition of restaurant does not speak to this. So what we're asking for is this legal limbo has just gone on too long. The form-based code needs to be enforced. The residents have been putting up with this for a long time, and it's just time to enforce the form-based code and protect residents. The idea of this accessory use to a restaurant is this outdoor live entertainment. That could be used in other places, because an accessory use isn't just about the village. It's about something that could be applied anywhere that you have a restaurant. So I just think it's really important to think about that precedent. And now I'm going to call up Ms. Price to speak to her piece. Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Carrie Price, and I live next door to Cottonmouth in the Village of the Arts with my husband and our 2 children. We've lived here for nearly 20 years, and we also operate a small yoga studio on our property. We chose the Village of the Arts because it is a mixed-use neighborhood with clear boundaries, places where activity is more intense, and places that are primarily residential. Those boundaries matter. When outdoor live music began next door, our daily life changed in very real ways. During performances, the music is loud enough that we can hear it clearly inside our home and at our dinner table, even with the windows closed. Our bedroom windows face the performance area, disrupting homework, family time, and sleep. My children have repeatedly asked me, "Can you please do something?" I've told them we're trying to work with the owner. One night, my daughter said, "It feels like you care more about him than you do about me." This has not been occasional. It's been ongoing and unpredictable, and it's forced us to defend our right to live and work peacefully in a residential area. This is not about opposing music or the arts. It's about location and intensity. The form-based code recognizes that distinction, and the planning director determined that what was happening went beyond incidental background music. I'm asking the council to uphold that determination and apply the code as written. Respectfully, I'm asking council to allow the code's boundaries to do the work they were designed to do. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we'll move forward to the next presentation by the city.
Robin Singer, Planning Community Development Director. For the purpose of this hearing, I'll give my credentials. I have a master's in urban and regional planning and about 35 years of experience in public sector planning. And I've testified before this council on planning and zoning matters, and that's the nature of my testimony, as an expert witness, I should say, and that's the nature of my testimony today. All right, so as indicated, this is an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision, which was an appeal of a determination by the planning director. The property in question is located in the T4R General Urban Restricted District and the Urban Village Future Land Use Designation. And the property is located on 12th Street West, essentially surrounded by residential uses, but also some mixed use. And it has been approved, to our knowledge, as a restaurant since approximately 2012. And this indicates the properties from an aerial view. This is a driveway. The restaurant is primarily located in the front building, which was previously a residential use. And then some of the entertainment venue has been provided in the backyard. Again, since 2012, it's been a restaurant. Recent complaints regarding noise brought it to the attention of PCD and the police department. Based upon observation by the police department and code enforcement and evidence from websites, the business provided musical entertainment, sometimes for a fee or donation. PCD director found that the use is most similar to outdoor auditorium or outdoor amusement center, which are not listed as permitted uses in the T4R district. The property owner appealed that decision, and the Planning Commission found that live music was accessory to the restaurant use, subject to stipulations. And then this appeal is brought before you from a neighboring property home owner who did appear on the record for that prior appeal determination. So this comes before you. I had the administrative authority as a PCD director to have made that initial assertion. Then that was appealed under 1.8.c of the form-based code to the Planning Commission. And then it comes before you as an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision. And that's 1.8.e. As indicated previously, this gives you the full use chart, but just to give you a close-up of the uses that we're talking about. Restaurants are not listed as permitted uses in the T4R. However, they are permitted under the overlay district chart for the Village of the Arts. Outdoor amusement center and outdoor auditorium are not listed as permitted or special use, and therefore are prohibited unless, again, they were otherwise permitted under that use chart. This is a supplementary use chart for the Village of the Arts Overlay District. This preceded the creation of the form-based code. Form-based code was created in 2011. You may recall previous discussions about other similar kinds of overlay district, like the Antiques Overlay District, that were also submitted before. And then what the form-based code did was provide a more liberal, looser set of regulations towards permitted uses, and then later incorporated by reference the Village of the Arts overlay. So both apply. So because of the overlay district, that's where eating and drinking establishments, cafe, restaurant, coffee shop, and bakery are listed as permitted under administrative authority. There are other similar non-intensive, low-traffic generating, non-residential uses that may be permitted by administrative authority. I find that because these uses are specifically listed in the other use chart and has, I think, a more intensive use, that's why I made the determination that they were fit more into the entertainment center under the outdoor amusement or outdoor entertainment center. This is the Village of the Arts and shows the location of the subject property, both in the Village of the Arts and again in the T4R district, which is restricted, more residential in character than the T4O that surrounds it, where you find some of the other similar kinds of uses that provide entertainment. Again, definitions for outdoor amusement: establishments primarily engaged in providing amusement or entertainment for a fee or admission charge, including sports arenas, ball fields, courts, swimming pool, fairgrounds, exposition, skate parks, so on. outdoor auditorium, a place of open-air outdoor assembly consisting of central space or stage for performances, which may be open to the sky or partially covered or enclosed. So those are the two uses, again, listed specifically in the use chart and not permitted in this particular district. This gives you the intent of the Village of the Arts Overlay District, and I think this was key in the determination of the Planning Commission, just that in generally, this is considered to be a district that is a little apart from other T4R districts, in that you are trying to provide for a more rounded arts and entertainment district to this area. Just gives you an idea of the business tax receipts that have been applied in the Village of the Arts Overlay District, to give you an idea of that business and mixed use is an integral part of the district. And then comprehensive plan, the urban village includes areas on near the fringe of the urban core as anticipated to develop with character, lifestyle friendliness to the village based on concept of new urbanism. So new urbanism, really talking about pedestrian-oriented uses, mixed uses, and not necessarily so much auto-oriented uses. This gives you some photographs of the site. This is at the front of this. This is the back. There's an opening here that leads to the back, but that is not the accessible area to reach the backyard. This is some of the interior of the restaurant. And this is the rear area. And I noted at the Planning Commission meeting that you can see some of the residential buildings that are overlooking the performance space and observation space of the entertainment area at the back. So the Planning Commission made their decision. This is basically findings of fact that found in favor of the applicant for the appeal. And the two main criteria or stipulations on this were that the applicant testified that the meals are served at all times during live music events. The applicant testified that patrons are not charged a separate admission fee or ticket for live music events. While we have evidence that they had been charging fees, their testimony at the meeting led the Planning Commission to that determination that they were testifying that they would no longer be charging a fee. So in other words, you can go there, have a meal, and not be charged a fee in order to enjoy the entertainment while you're eating your meal. And also that meals will be served at all times. So that means that while they're open, they're serving meals. So if there's entertainment back there, the kitchen still has to be open. There are certain issues with some of the improvements that were made to the back and whether or not appropriate permits were pulled. They are working through that process. They have, attempted to pull the permits. I've heard that they're working with an engineer and they may want to testify to that on getting those plans and permits done to allow for occupancy of the back portion of the property. And that has to pass both building code but also fire safety requirements on part of the fire marshal. And the fire department would be setting the occupancy both as assembly and towards the number of patrons that can be sitting in the back. So with that, I think if City Council decides to reverse the Planning Commission's decision, you may still want to stipulate on what would be acceptable. Would they still be allowed to have non-amplified music? Would they still be allowed to have some acoustic entertainment or just piped in music? What would be acceptable? If you decide to uphold the Planning Commission's decision, there may be other stipulations that you want to add to that. They didn't address hours of operation or any kind of sound attenuation devices or anything that could be implemented to kind of reduce the impact on the neighboring property. So in either case, you may want to discuss other alternatives to kind of reduce the impact on neighboring properties, even if they aren't approved for that additional accessory to their restaurant. With that, Planning Commission did vote to approve it, and if you have any questions for me.
I think we'll get everything and then do questions at the end. All right, thank you. Okay, we'll have the Cottonmouth come up.
We didn't know the details about how long we had, and now apparently we can go before and after. Do you want to take before and I'll take after, or you want to go?
Here,
I can just be here next to her while she gives hers in case any questions need to be asked.
I'll go before.
State who you
Cecilia.
are, and you'll have 15 minutes.
Thanks. Cecilia Hernandez. I am the property owner at Cottonmouth, and thank you all for hearing us today. I appreciate everyone here, and I appreciate everyone in the audience. This is a great rally of community. I'm just going to briefly speak on going back to, it was a great overview of what's happened and what's gotten us here today, to the planning commissioning hearing when we were here. We spoke heavily about the overlay district, okay? And the village overlay district, an economic overlay that provides live-work zoning rights, allowing residents to operate businesses, specifically those related in the arts, visual arts, cultural arts. First, I'd like to say Village of the Arts, music is a form of art. So it was always intended from the very beginning, from stories that I've heard from Annie and others, some of the founders that you'll hear from today, that music was at the beginning of celebrations and music gatherings and concerts at homes in the village. So it's always been a part of the culture. The purpose of the economic overlay is to preserve the underlying residential character of the neighborhood. Okay, there were some exceptions. The special zoning, this economic overlay, it states that it supersedes standard regulations typically prohibiting commercial activity. Okay, so it supersedes the form-based code. It supersedes this overlay, this economic overlay came before the form-based code. Okay, so it needs to have, and it's very specific to an area. So it needs to be treated, it's not just, oh, we need to uphold the form-based code, yes, but this is a special overlay economic district. And so that really needs to be understood. Okay, and really that's, I think that's what it comes down to, is this is a unique area that has an economic overlay that was initially approved in 1999. Okay, so this dates back some time ago. All right. And Dave, I'll let you go.
My name is David Chiplett, and
You can come a little closer to the microphone.
oh yeah,
please.
here we go. Yeah, there we go. My name's Dave Chiplett. I'm both a resident and a business owner. I've been a business owner in the village for 11 years. I've been doing almost exactly the same thing I'm doing now for 11 years. When I came to the village because there was live music. I didn't bring live music to the village. John Ed Isham came down and did exactly what I'm doing on a regular basis and was there at the beginning of us opening. We opened in 2020. We were doing, and to act like we suddenly started doing music. On day one, we were doing live music. And on day one, we didn't get complaints. And we worked, and any time that we did, I have completely bent over backwards to change the hours. Just a few quick notes. On an average, we do 6 to 8 hours of music a week. That's worth noting. My restaurant, I'm a chef, we're open about close to 50 hours a week, and we do Grubhub, and we deliver food. So to act like we're anything other than a restaurant with accessory use is incorrect. And I've got some prepared statement that I wanted to make sure that I hit on this. Cottonmouth Southern Soul Kitchen at 1114 12th Street West in the Village of the Arts. I respect the city's process and the right of residents to be heard. I'm asking the council to keep this matter in its proper lane. Land use classification, not personal conflict. This is personal conflict, and not a substitute for ordinary enforcement. Cottonmouth is a restaurant in the Arts Overlay District, the Village of the Arts Overlay District, and I designed it to be in the Overlay District through help from people that had helped put the village in the village. The Village of the Arts Overlay District exists to encourage a mix that includes retail, entertainment, and eateries alongside art-driven uses. Cottonmouth has always been food forward and community rooted. We are not an amphitheater, a festival ground, or we are a neighborhood restaurant that also has music. The appeal attempts to relabel a restaurant, my restaurant, as an outdoor auditorium using an overbroad definition. The form-based code definition of outdoor auditorium is extremely broad, and you've heard it described here. It is not me. Applied loosely, it could sweep ordinary outdoor events throughout the village. This will have a chilling effect, and already has, on any other music come to the village. The record includes testimony. The record so far includes testimony about repeated law enforcement's responses, and mind you, if they came out 80 times, and I want to throw this in there too, we are within all of those every day, all the time. We're so far under when this started, and I got that overturned, I told the guys that we had to be 6 points over. So we're usually around 60 decibels, not 75, so we don't even push it. Those issues should be addressed through noise ordinance enforcement, which we are, and fire and building compliance, which we are complying. It's just taken a lot longer and a lot more money than we anticipated, but I assure you, I have no intention of not letting this be taken care of. A word about the proportionality, the village, and why the backyard matters to us restaurants. I opened and built this business through lots of hard work. In my testimony, I stated the village has struggled since the pandemic, which it has. And I think it's worth noting that the spots all around the village that are residents, it's really interesting that those people are here. They were businesses. They used to want to be, they have art on my walls that they gave me. They came in and set up. They wanted to be part of what I do. Each one of them has now retired and become residents only, so that neighborhood that's chock full of residents used to be chock full of a lot of, like 10th Avenue and some of the other places. The village is losing businesses right now at a rapid pace. And the backyard, with most of us restaurants, we seat about 20, 25 people inside. So if we don't get to go outside, and that's all of us, it's really hard to make a living like that with 25 seats, okay? Especially since so much of the time is spent not having anything, and then the village fills up, and we got to do what we can. I'm asking the council to consider whether escalating a neighborhood dispute into a land use battle is the right use of public time and resources, especially when the real issues can be addressed through existing personal dispute. Zoning should not become a substitute for this process, which we have participated in since the beginning. And like I said, we finish our music by 9. I want to stress that. Keeping people out of their beds when they want to go to sleep. We finish on weekdays at 8. On the weekends, 8:30 or 9 o'clock. We do 2-hour sets most of the time. Most of the other venues do 4. So I've been changing what we do all along. And like I said, we're at about 60, 65 on the edge of our property. So I know that the people that are over living on 41 and saying they can hear my music, they can also hear Motorworks. Cottonmouth has already implemented mitigation a lot and continue to do so, and I'm not done yet. Since the red tag and the city's review, Cottonmouth has worked hard in good faith to mitigate the impacts. We have wanted to mitigate this entire situation since day one. My neighbors, however, want this to happen and for us to not have music in the village. And I appeal to you how important that music is in the village. It is. We stopped doing tickets. The thing is, tickets were always being done. I'm not the only one charging for things in the village, but we stopped it, and it was really hard. I had to change all the shows that I got that I needed to do tickets to and move them to a local brewery, which we have done. And we successfully are doing shows that I was afraid to bring into my place over there. So you can see how many times that I continue to change my business model, which is not easy, and it's cost me so much that I'm out of money, and if this goes through and stops the music, Cottonmouth will not be able to survive. This has been devastating to me, and what's happening in the neighborhood is that people are hearing about this drama that's happening in the village, and it's not good for business. It's not good for our reputation, and yet here we are again. Strict compliance to the city noise ordinance is the way I've been doing it. Cooperation with enforcement, defined music hours, intensity controls, amplified sound limits. I live with that. The compliance that I'm working on, while Mrs. Price's appeal may be procedurally correct, I respectfully ask council to consider the extensive record already developed and the good faith mitigation already implemented to avoid relitigating this as a land use label when the remaining issues are simply operational and enforceable under existing ordinances. For this reason, I am respectfully asking the council to deny the appeal and affirm that Cottonmouth remains as a restaurant with use consistent with our overlay district while directing any operational issues to the appropriate enforcement and permitting pathways. Respectfully, me.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to follow up on a update on some of the other ongoing permitting obstacles that we have there at Cottonmouth. We have submitted preliminary plans to the city planning department and to the fire marshal. It's approved drawings by an engineering firm. They're a whole site, life critical safety, electrical, everything. So that whole package has been sent. We're working with a gentleman to help us with the permitting process, so this is underway. And just one final comment for me is opposing counsel mentioned some of the descriptions that describe the current face in the village. And I want us to remain open-minded and open-armed to keeping diversity in the village, even though there might be some record shops and some art galleries and some health and wellness studios. We do want to make sure that we do have music opportunities and continued restaurant opportunities that do host live music as an accessory, because it is an art. All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you. So we had mentioned earlier about our process, so we're going to go to public comment. Then once all that's done, then we'll go to rebuttal, and we'll have the opportunity for all three to have a rebuttal for 5 minutes. One thing I did want to mention, or two things. One is, if you see any of me or the council or anyone walk out, we do still hear everything that's being said in the hallway there. But we might have to go to the restroom instead of breaking to recess, but we will still be able to hear. So it's no disrespect to the speaker at the time. The other thing is, I saw other people come in, so I want to ask Madam Clerk to give the swear-in again if you came in late and did not swear in at the beginning.
Anybody wishing to address City Council during the following public hearing, please stand and raise your right hand.
If you already did, you don't have to, just new ones.
Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations which you're about to present to this board will be truthful and accurate? Thank you.
Okay, so remember, at this time, we're going to give 3-minute public comment. I've got all the cards that I have and the ones we'll get. If you agree, you don't have to go the 3 minutes, or if you disagree with the appeal, you don't have to go. So you can get up and say, I'm in support of, my name, or state your name, time for the record. That's up to you, but you still do have the access. But you don't have to take your whole 3 minutes if you're just in agreement or disagreement, so. All right, first name I've got is Michael, and it looks like Shamboards or Shambods? Yes. And then next will be Annie Rossini, and then next will be Vinnie Marini. So if you guys can line up behind as we go. Okay, please state your name and your city of residence.
Hi, I'm Mike Chambers. I live in Sarasota, Florida, and I wrote to you, Mayor, and wherever the other person is, and let you know my feelings. And I drive from Sarasota to come to this place, to come to Cottonmouth, small as it is, and as nice as it is, and as genuine value as it is. You guys have a real pearl here, because for somehow, Dave manages to get in some of the best musicians floating around the world. I'm a DJ in WSLR, and in the summer I travel to music festivals. They're $200 a weekend, but that's what I do. And I've seen more people at Cottonmouth that I've seen on the road. I mean, these are big 1,000 people events. Come to Cottonmouth. And I know they aren't playing for full scale because there aren't that many of us there. They're there because they love this institution and what it does for those of us that enjoy music. WSLR has a performing arts center right out the back door, a mile from my house. I still drive up here to hear this music because he gets such good entertainment. And it's a really lovely place. The service is good, the waiters are good, everybody, it's like a home for a lot of us. You know, I know these people up here, I see them every week or whenever I come up, every 2 weeks, whatever. And it's a very intimate space that is so rare and lost. You guys have Motorworks, great loud music down there, etc. It doesn't have the spirit and the feeling of family that we get at Cottonmouth. And these guys, Dave's out there, and the guy, we know everybody. And so I understand your family, and I understand the noise. I have people in my neighborhood who have loud motors and play bass. The guys drive around with a big bass in their cars, and I understand it. But they're only there 2 nights a week down at Cottonmouth, and he does close early, and we always go, what? No encore? And I think I mentioned to you, I had an addendum to my email. Selwyn Birchwood, here's a good one for you, who just toured Europe for a month and a half. I saw him in Shoppingham, Germany a couple years ago when I went over just to see him. He plays at Cottonmouth. He's like one of the best known musicians around. And again, I'll go back to the quality of who he brings in. And that's one thing that's very important. And it's when you talk about the Village of the Arts, the people he brings in are real artistes beyond that. And that's the best I can give you, folks. Don't lose it. Don't lose this facility, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you, folks.
Annie Rossini, and then Vinnie Marini, and then Turner Moore.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Annie Rossini, founding executive director of the Artists Guild of Manatee, a 501c3 created to revitalize a severely blighted 18-block downtown adjacent turn-of-the-century neighborhood, now known as the Village of the Arts Economic Overlay District. I was recruited by the city of Bradenton 27 years ago this April. I began working with Planning Director Jerry West, and together we wrote the land use regulations for the Economic Overlay District. Our goal was to create an economic engine through the arts. We recognize the arts in all mediums without exception, and music has been the through line since day one. On October 15th at Planning Commission, Director Robin Singer affirmed that we are not here to talk about sound ordinance, and the police said that Cottonmouth is consistently under the 75 decibel citywide ordinance. Today we are here to talk about auditoriums. Key features of an auditorium are: 1, tiered rows of fixed seating, sloped or terraced floor levels, and advanced AV equipment. I submit that we are in an auditorium right now. You're certainly not going to find anything like this, remotely similar, as this auditorium amongst the quaint bungalows in the Village of the Arts. Although I personally chose not to open my business On the main street, 12th Street West, most of our business owners chose to be as close to the center of activity as possible. This would include the petitioner, Carrie Price. Carrie Price and her husband did not walk into this blindly. They had been to the Village of the Arts many times and chose to buy an extremely popular gallery in the heart of the Village of the Arts. This was approximately a decade after we began our revitalization. And it is a similar story with Gene Tenery, from whom you'll hear, and his partner Claudia. They live on a very quiet street on 14th Avenue West in the Village of the Arts for many years. Then in recent years, they moved into the heart of the Village of the Arts, knowing full well this has always been the center of activity in the Arts District. In conclusion, I submit that if music should die in the Village of the Arts, the village itself will begin a death spiral. We will lose our anchor businesses, and the economic engine will break down in short order. Here today, you make a choice between returning to the blight, the drugs, the crime, the predatory landlords that we have staved off all these years, or continuing to create this magical arts enclave.
Thank you. We have Vinnie Marini, then Turner Moore, and then Rick Lewis.
Good morning, and thank you very much for having me speak today. My name is Vinnie Marini. I moved to Florida in 2019. For the last 15 years, I've run a digital radio show where I interview musicians. I am a licensed talent agent here in the state of Florida. I currently live in Gulfport. I've lived in Hudson, and I've also lived in Lutz. And I constantly have come to Cottonmouth because of the quality of the artists who come there. I have had artists who I've represented who have begged me to get into Cottonmouth. From what I understand, this is the Village of the Arts. If blues music is not an art form, what is? It is the most American art form. It began here in the U.S. It is the roots of all music. And I ask you to please make sure you do not lose this creative event center here in Bradenton. Thank you.
Thank you. Turner Moore, Rick Lewis, and then Peggy Ball.
Good morning. My name is Turner Moore. I live in Sarasota, and as the last recent speakers have said, I also come up to Cottonmouth Cafe to hear the live music. In the last 10, 15 years, we have lost a lot of venues in this area. Aces Live, Blue Rooster, 5 O'Clock Club, The Mabel, Darwin's, the White Buffalo Saloon, on and on. We need music in our community. Musicians need a place to play. They need stages, and the audience needs that shared communal experience and the great things that come from live music. So I'm here to support Cottonmouth Cafe, and I hope at the very least some kind of compromise could be reached between the parties. But it sounds like if they're operating under the sound ordinance, then they're within their rights. I'm a musician. I played on stages with a decimeter opposite us, and we know exactly where we're at. And I'm here to support Cottonmouth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rick Lewis, Peggy Ball, and then Lafayette Reed.
Hello.
Hello, good morning.
My name's Rick Lewis. I'm kind of known around town. I've lived here all my life, and people may know me from my opinionated opinion. And the Bradenton Herald took my voice away when they stopped doing letters to the editor. So anyway, I'm in a predicament because I've known both of these people all my life. We've been friends, we've been family, and it's hard for me I can't pick sides. These guys are both good people, but we're in a predicament. Dave's trying to keep his life going and his livelihood. Preston's trying to keep his livelihood going, and there's a problem. I know Dave for a fact that Dave has done everything he can over the years to try to help them be able to live in a good environment. But it's the Village of the Arts, and the arts mean music. and art and yoga. Yoga is an art, everything. So it's just ridiculous that these two people who've known each other, Dave and Preston, have known each other their whole lives. Not whole lives, but a whole lot of it. Preston is a musician. You know, Dave loves music. I've known Dave, his music has been a passion of his, and food. And I've seen it from both sides. And it needs to find a solution. I don't think this is the right thing to just close him down because of his music. We got to work out something. Like he said, everything he closes down at 9 o'clock on the weekends, you can't find anywhere. And I live in the Village of the Arts, and I meant to put that in there a little sooner, but I live a block away from Cottonmouth, and I live about a half a block from Motorworks. I open my door of my apartment, and I listen to Motorworks. And even on their best night, I can hear them, or their worst night, I can hear them. But I don't run to the phone and complain. It's like I live in the Village of the Arts. I can go in my front yard, and I rarely ever hear Dave's music. I have to actually walk down there to see what's going on, and that's really hard. So it's just ridiculous. He's brought in so much music and big names and money to that village. And if you had told me back when I was a kid growing up here that I would be living in a house in the Village of the Arts, I would have laughed you all the way back to the island, because it was a ghetto. It was really a bad place. And now look at it. It's vibrant, it's happening, and Dave is part of it. And he's bringing music there that we all need. And as far as the residents go, I'm one of the residents, and it's ridiculous what's going on here. And I just want to get this straight and straighten out, and we can all live together peacefully. Thank you.
Peggy Ball, Lafayette Reed, and Paul Benjamin.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and good people of the council. My name is Peggy Ball. I live in Bradenton, and I'd like to speak on behalf of Cottonmouth. On a personal level, in 2022, I had a bilateral hip replacement, and at the time, they found that I had multiple myeloma. It was devastating. It changed my entire life. And because of that, it caused a lot of anxiety and pain. But I still want to live, I still want to party, I still want to eat, I still want to go to restaurants, but it's very, very hard to do because of accessibility. So what did I find in the Village of the Arts? What did I find? Cottonmouth, a single-story restaurant with accessibility of parking on the street. Do you know what that feels like for somebody that is filled with anxiety? Should I go? Shouldn't I go? Is there a parking lot? Can I move? Can I get here? Can I get there? And Cottonmouth, being a single floor restaurant with access to parking on the street, is a plus. I was in a wheelchair, I was in a walker, I have a cane, and in all cases, I was able to get there. There are 3 steps to get inside the restaurant, and the backyard is also a plus, because I can sit, it's protected by weather, and I can move about with my walker. Kyle will make sure that I have a seat. They're so accommodating. The restaurant is delicious. They have a very small menu. I enjoy it every time that I go. And I thought, wow, there's music here. Guess what? It starts at 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock. How many of you go to a place where music starts at 6 o'clock? Doesn't it start at 9? Doesn't it start at 10? No, I can go, I can sit, I can eat, I can have listen to some music, and oftentimes it's over like 8:30, 9 o'clock. I'm finished, I get in my car, and I'm home by like 9:15. So I have a meal, I'm happy, my anxiety is at a good pace. And for the handicapped people that are often forgotten, they are not forgotten at Cottonmouth. So please consider my lifestyle and what I have to go through, and keep Cottonmouth open for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Lafayette Reed, Paul Benjamin, and Kyle Morris.
Good morning. My name's Lafayette Reed. I'd like to thank you all for letting us speak about this morning. My friends know that I'm very passionate about the blues. I also have a radio show on WSLR 96.5. I'm one of Dave's best friends, and I've been helping him as much as I can to make this business successful. We're working on something that's been in a tradition in Florida for years, and we're just trying to maintain that. We've tried to be compliant, and we have been compliant with the noise issues, and we've got more ways that we can combat that if you only let us try. We're going to win this. The thing that's basically, we've been targeted and we've been harassed, and we've tried to make every issue our own and settle it, and I think we can still do that. What's at stake here is the Village of the Arts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Got Paul Benjamin, Kyle Morris, and then Christine Turner. Welcome.
Good morning. My name's Paul Benjamin. I actually live in Rockland, Maine, but I've been coming to this area for about 15 years in the Bradenton area. But I was the one that Johnette brought in to start the Bradenton Blues Festival. And I got to meet Dave through Johnette at Cottonmouth. I've been going to Cottonmouth for a number of years. Dave does call me often, asking me about different artists and some of the things he can do to keep in compliance with the villages. The Village of the Arts, like most people have already said, the arts, music is a big part of that. If you take music out of the Village of the Arts, you're taking the soul out of that whole area. And I think it's a big mistake to even consider closing Dave down for some of the complaints that have been made. I was at the Village of the Arts last Wednesday night, and as an ex-police officer, I can tell you that they showed up in a 90-minute show. They were there 3 times last Wednesday night for complaints and about the noise. All 3 times, Dave was in compliance. The first time the police department showed up, there was 3 cruises. The band had just gone on a break. They had to wait 20, 25 minutes before the band started back up. And then they say they were in compliance, they left. 10 minutes later, they got another call to come back. 20 minutes later they got a third call to come back. Dave was in compliance at every one of these. So I'm not sure if it's where the nuisance is, if it's Cottonmouth or all those calls is using up city offices and time that they could be spending time doing better things, police work, and then sitting there trying to listen to how loud the music is, and especially coming there 3 times in a 90-minute show. So please consider I'm here to support Dave in the Village of the Arts.
Thank you. Kyle Morris, Christine Turner, and then Nicole Skaggs.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council. My name is Kyle Morris, and I've lived and worked in the Village of the Arts for 15 years. I've worked at Cottonmouth for the last 3.5. I know this hearing isn't necessarily about the sound levels, but it seems to be the main issue with our detractors. I personally have been charged with controlling the sound levels at the restaurant and monitoring it for the last 7 months. And I take it very seriously. I monitor it constantly throughout the night and make sure it never goes over 75 decibels. We are always in compliance whenever the police show up. And just by the way, the 3 times that the police came out the other night, one of the times he came back to give me a case number to show that we were in compliance, because I want him to document when they come out, because we are always under 75 decibels. The restaurant is open 40+ hours a week, and on a busy week, we do 6 to 8 hours of music. There are also 3 other businesses that do live music within just a couple of blocks of us. Of course, some of our opponents may support some of those places, but don't support Dave because it's very personal. I don't know if it's because of our success, because he was president of the guild, but it seems to be very personal. We are restaurant first. If you have any questions about that, if you go to our reviews, it's all about the food. There are things about the music, but all of our reviews and people come there for our food. I ask this council to uphold its previous decision. We have made so many changes to try to mitigate this situation. We don't hire the same bands. We do our bigger bands now over at Flamingo Bay Brewery. We even book some bands we don't even book anymore because of the sound. We've even changed some of the people that we book so we can be sure to be able to keep them under 75 decibels. That's really all I have to say. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Christine Turner, Nicole Skaggs, and then Zoe Von Eierkamp. Thank
Hello,
you.
Mayor and Council. My name is Christine Turner. I'm a retired high school art teacher who retired in Bradenton. My husband and I took a leap of faith in 2003, 3 years ago, and purchased a property at 1113 12th Street West and opened the Baobab Tree Gallery. I have been on boards and committees and have been an integral part of growing the village. I've kind of taken a back seat. My gallery closed because my husband passed away and I couldn't do it alone. So I want to just give you a little history about the house across the street because I've seen a lot. When we moved in, it was a rental with had several owners, proprietors, whatever you call them, and they were small rooms boarded up with plywood with many people living in them. Eventually it was sold, and an antique shop went in and they did extensive renovations and put in the lovely brick patio in the back. Then there was a gallery, and then there was a restaurant that had indoor music, so there were no complaints. As a former educator, I'm very concerned about the 3 teenagers that live adjacent to the Cottonmouth. They deserve to live in a home where they can do their homework and study for exams. These years are critical in helping to determine their life path. I have a few questions for all of you to ponder. Would you like to come home from work and find your driveway blocked and no available street parking near your home? Would you like your profession and business that requires peace and quiet to be interrupted by loud music that blares at no particular time or day? Would you like to live near a business that has outdoor patrons that get louder and louder the more alcohol they consume? Would you like to have guests for a quiet outdoor dinner and not have peace and quiet? And so on, and so on, and so on. We've lived in harmony for the last 20 years. Please bring back that former quality of life. I support Ms. Robinsinger's determination. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole Skaggs, Zoe Von Eierkamp, and then Dawn Collins.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. My name is Nicole Skaggs. I'm a village neighbor. I've invested heavily in this district, and I've been a licensed real estate agent for over 25 years. I'm here because the Village of the Arts is not just another neighborhood. The VOAD, Village of the Arts Overlay District, is a rare asset, culturally and economically. In my line of work, I can tell you plainly, districts like this are not common in Florida. They are fragile and they are valuable. And they are worth protecting with wise, consistent decisions. For context, I used to own Cottonmouth. That building, Dave Shiplet was my tenant. I had a wise idea that I was going to open a restaurant there pre-COVID, and that didn't happen, and along came Dave. I owned it for 5 years. During those years, I was never made aware of any persistent noise complaints or any ongoing issues tied to the business. That doesn't mean that concerns cannot arise. Of course they can. But it does suggest that this is not some long-standing land use incompatibility. It feels more recent, and frankly, it feels operational. That's my main point today. This really is not a land use classification problem. We certainly heard quite a bit about the form-based code. This is an enforcement and operations problem, if there is a problem at all. You've heard many times that they were out 3 times during a 90-minute set and not found to be out of order at all. If the sound levels are too high, the city already has tools for that: noise ordinance enforcement, code enforcement, clear standards, and practical mitigation. Those tools are designed for exactly this. But relabeling a restaurant with entertainment as a prohibited use is a much bigger move than enforcement. It risks creating a precedent that chills businesses across the village. It tells every restaurant owner, gallery host, and small operator, success here comes with a target. And it slowly turns a district designed for vibrancy into a district designed for silence.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Zoe, and I believe it's Von Ayerkamp, Dawn Collins, and then Carol Diasti. Welcome.
My name is Zoe Von Averkamp, and I own a gallery and a home across the street from Cottonmouth, and have for 18 peaceful and creative years. I don't know what to say here that has not been said before, except Mr. Shiplett continues to disturb the peace with live outdoor music, and we continue to suffer for it. We all try to abide by the neighborhood laws and have never called the police on each other for anything. On the other hand, the police have been called to Mr. Shiplett's business for breaking the law more than anyone else in the village in the last 4 years. Last time we neighbors spoke here, we were shockingly told by the Planning Commission, and I quote, "If you don't like live music, maybe you should move out of the village." Excuse me? Neighbors who live within hearing distance of Mr. Shiplett's outdoor music concerts, which are now held in his front driveway and the sidewalk, making matters worse, have all lived in the village for 15 to 25 years, and everyone owns their property, which Mr. Shipley does not. Therefore, he has no vested interest to protect. Something is very wrong with this picture. So far, Mr. Shiplett is doing exactly what he said he would do in an interview with reporter Wade Tatangelo on September 22nd, 2024, which was to enlarge the stage in the backyard for bigger outdoor music events, the likes of the Hard Rock Cafe and the House of Blues in Orlando. One more time. No one is against Mr. Shiplett having a restaurant in the village, nor are we against background dinner music, which is allowed. We are only asking that he abide by the laws of our community like everyone else, which means no loud outdoor music events within the interior of the village where we all live. Having said that, I will close by stating that the ultimate disturbing of our peace will take place at Cottonmouth next week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, when Mr. Shiplett puts on his Cigar Box Musical Festival with 15 different bands, performing live day and night for the entire weekend. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We're going to have Don Collins, Carol, I think it's Diasti, and then Donna Muratino, I believe. But one thing before you start, Ms. Collins, is I am going to remind everybody, please no chuckling, no noises. We're going to respect everybody no matter what side you're on, please, because I did warn, I didn't really see who that was there, but respect everyone no matter what side it is. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dawn Collins, and I'm a 15-year resident and business owner in the Village of the Arts. I want to start by saying I enjoy music. I believe music brings energy, connection, and life to a community. I'm not here because I dislike music, and I'm certainly not here to tell anyone how to run their business. What I am here to speak on is scale, setting, and adhering to the zoning of this community. The Village of the Arts was intentionally created as a live-work community. It was designed for artists, families, homeowners, and small business owners to coexist, not as an entertainment district, not as a concert venue zone, and not as a nightlife corridor. Our homes sit just feet away from Cottonmouth. When amplified outdoor concerts take place, this is no longer background music or ambiance. It becomes a level of disruption that changes the entire character of the neighborhood. Recently, last Wednesday night, I witnessed a large truck and a U-Haul unloading equipment in our small, narrow residential streets, blocking access and creating safety concerns. When I returned later that night, there were multiple police vehicles present. This isn't something that happens once or twice. This is an ongoing occurrence in our community. And when police are regularly needed to manage a business operation, that tells us something. It tells us that maybe this business doesn't fit in the neighborhood it's operating in. I would also like to address something that's happened since these concerns were raised. Recently, Dave Shiplet had posted a public Facebook post about what was happening. And because of that, village residents are being called out with negative and slanderous comments on social media. This again highlights the disconnect of what's happening here. I would also like to point out that many of the people speaking in support of Dave and those loud outdoor concerts do not live in the village. They're patrons. They're not residents, not homeowners, not businesses who open their doors every day. Their experience ends when they leave for the night. Ours does not. They can go home. We can't because we live here. I have music at my own business during art walks. It's limited, it follows guidelines, and it's intended to enhance a visitor's experience, not dominate it. There is a clear difference between ambiance and concerts. The Village of the Arts was never meant to be an entertainment district. It was meant to be a neighborhood, a creative one, but still a neighborhood. I'm asking the city to protect the original intent of this community and residents who have invested their lives, homes, and livelihoods here. Music has a place, definitely it does, but music must be the right kind.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carol, and I'll let you say your last name when you come up. And then Donna Murafina, and then Jennifer Kropp.
Hello. Yes,
Sorry.
you did pronounce my name right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And hello to the rest of the council. My name is Carol Diaste. I live and work at 1105 12th Street West, and I have for the last 26 years. I've had different businesses. I've had a gallery. I'm a clay artist, so I've done clay in the back. I have my studio there. And I've seen a lot of business come and go in the village. And I think that I just want to say to begin with that I don't have a problem with music in the village at all. I've had it. I did the grand opening, and we had music to start off with, and there's no problem with it. But there's a time and place for everything, and there's a volume for everything when it comes to music. In a residential area, what I have a problem with is that when the music is so loud that I can't go anywhere in my house, not even in a closet, because I've tried it, to get away from the music. I know when it goes over 75 decibels. I know what 75 decibels sounds like in my home, and I know what it doesn't sound like. So they can say all they want that they keep to the decibel level, but I can tell when they don't. And I don't want to go out there and complain all the time. I think they should do the right thing and stop trying to make this into a strictly entertainment thing where, like, the only thing that people have to do is to go out and drink and listen to music. The Village of the Arts is more than that. It has many artists living there. Even if they don't have businesses, they live there and they do their art. And they have just as much right to do that, and that's, you know. Anyway, the restaurant that was there before, Arts and Eats, always had music for dinner, no problem. They never got the police called on them because they did it inside. And for the couple of times a year that they did it outside, they were respectful of their neighbors. And they let us know. I hear that you would always let me know, we're going to do something outside, just to let you know. And you're invited. So if it's a mostly residential neighborhood, then that place is not a place to have a music venue that is going to have music 3-4 times a night or more. 3-4 times a week or more. It's just not. It doesn't fit in with everything else. And we need to have respect for each other. If we're going to build a community, this is not going to work, us fighting in between, because that's going to alienate people to come to the village. And I believe there's a solution to this, but both sides, if you want to call them that, have to stick to the regulations. It has to be clear. And I guess that's your guys' job, making it clear for us so that we can stick to things and get along again, so we can coexist. Thank you.
Thank you. Donna Murafina, Jennifer Kropp, and Jean Tierney.
Okay, you didn't do so good with my name. It's Musitano. Hi.
It's like an R, not an S. You're writing.
I'm Donna Musitano, 1010 10th Avenue West in the Village of the Arts, 20-year resident and gallery owner. The noise that y'all are talking about, that's not really the problem. The problem, one of these gentlemen, I think the first one who spoke, said sometimes he's had 1,000 people at Coppermouth. I want you to think, Cottonmouth, I want you to think about that. Even though I think that's a big exaggeration because 1,000 people wouldn't fit there, if they have 100 people or 150 people coming to these music events, just think about this. Now I'm going to go into this. The noise is annoying, but it doesn't destroy our lifestyle in the village. It is the crowds, the concerts attract. It is the parking, actually the lack of parking, especially in the area of Cottonmouth. The concerts have attracted crowds, often over 100 people, to his amphitheater. By definition, an amphitheater is primarily used for entertainment, including concerts, festivals, and theatrical performances. They feature an open-air design that naturally enhances acoustics and provides a clear sightlines for large audiences. That's what he has. Yes, music has existed in the village since our inception. However, in most cases, they did not interfere with the residents' and businesses' ability to park our cars and have room for our customers to park. Our votive restaurants generally have 20 tables or so, usually half as many or less vehicles visiting their establishment. 10 vehicles would be a lot, but there is enough room most evenings for their customers, except near the Met. The problem is not the music itself, although many of us do not like the hillbilly music many of the concerts feature. It is the intrusion into the lives of those of us who live and work here. Most of the folks who attend his concerts do not visit the galleries in the village. They might go to the record store across the street, but few buy the paintings or sculptures of the artist next door or around the corner. I'm not saying none of them, but very few concert attendees have brought business to the other galleries. They bring traffic, noise, and unruly crowds. The concerts are not the easy listening bands that diners would enjoy while eating their dinner. They are concerts. Drinking alcohol, beer, lots of beer, drunks peeing in the bushes, loud disagreements ringing through the streets, cops being called far more often than any other business in the village. I lived next to this chaos for years. Thefts, property damage by Dave, his staff, sometimes customers. blocking my driveway, running down my mailbox, flat tires with screws deliberately placed. There's a police report for that one. Windows on my vehicle shot out and calls to code enforcement in an attempt to cause trouble to me for reporting him.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving on to Jennifer Kropp, Jean Tierney, and then Claudia Wisner.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Kropp, and I'm a resident in Bradenton, Florida for many years. I've been a longtime student and client at Blue Sky Yoga for over 15 years. I've been going to the yoga studio for private sessions with Preston Whaley Jr. during evening hours for many, many years. Several times during my private sessions in the evenings, Preston has had to excuse himself to go next door to Cottonmouth to speak with the management regarding the noise level of the live music. I attend those private sessions to experience relaxation, rejuvenation, peace, and calm. It is very unsettling and clearly not calming to hear outrageously loud music playing next door during those private sessions. They're meant to be peaceful, relaxing, and calming, and they're none of those. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Jean Tierney, Claudia Wisner, and then it looks like Alicia Santiago.
Mr. Mayor and Council, my name is Gene Tenery. My partner and I have lived in the village for 15 years, homeowners and former gallery owners. Our backyard is less than 150 feet to the backyard of Cottonmouth. We've been hearing music coming from Cottonmouth for years, with it getting worse as far as the noise level and increased frequency of scheduled entertainment. They've expanded the backyard musical venue, and as a result, louder music. The Cottonmouth wants to get official permission for the expansion that they've already completed to become an outdoor musical venue in a 99% residential neighborhood operating outside the licensed parameters of a restaurant in the village. We don't choose to listen to Cottonmouth's music, we're forced to listen because of where we live. The level of noise, depending on the bands, have been from moderate and enjoyable, like the hillbilly thing on Sundays, which I liked, to loud to really loud. Sometimes so loud we can't peacefully enjoy our backyard and are forced to go indoors, where we'd have to close our windows. Music has always been part of the fabric of the village at special events, art walks, and parties. It was never intended to be an ongoing scheduled outdoor musical event by a business requiring a cover charge. Cottonmouth has a number of supporters and people who love music, and that's great. But over 90% don't live in the village. They choose to come and pay to hear the music, then leave. I attended the Planning Commission meeting and was astounded that after all the citizen testimony, explanation of the form-based code, city, fire, and police regulations violated, the commission still voted that Cottonmouth was in compliance. When do the rights of ordinary tax-paying residents and homeowners become subservient to the desires of one business owner? Cottonmouth is the only village business that has caused this level of complaint and disturbance. There are other restaurants in the village that continue to operate with their parameters and no complaints. No one is asking Cottonmouth to go away or be shut down. They are a successful restaurant with an accomplished chef, and we're approved to be, and only to be, a restaurant. We're just asking that the city be more considerate of the residents and neighbors who are affected by this issue, and Cottonmouth operates solely as an established restaurant. Thank you.
Thank you. Claudia Wisner, Alicia, and then Jeff, and I can't read Jeff's last name either, but it starts with a V.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. My name is Claudia Wiesner. I live at 1115 13th Street West, which is directly behind Cottonmouth. I can't see you with these glasses. I chose to live in the Village of the Arts 15 years ago. I thoroughly enjoy the arts-based neighborhood and my neighbors. The regular events that occur in the village are intended to draw people from outside the neighborhood and often include music, food, and outside vendors, where activities are focused along the streets and in fronts of the galleries. This is very different from what Cottonmouth is doing. In the beginning, Cottonmouth's outdoor activities were limited to occasional daytime brunches in their backyards that sometimes included music. Over time, however, these events have significantly increased in both frequency and scale. Cottonmouth now hosts music-focused evening concerts in their backyard as many as 3 times per week. These galleries feature amplified music and performances by well-known bands. As a neighboring property owner, I have experienced firsthand the disruptive impact of these outdoor events. When Cottonmouth hosts live music, the amplified sound is so strong that I am often unable to use my backyard for normal activities. There are many occasions when the music is so loud that I am forced to close my windows to maintain a reasonable level of peace indoors. These disturbances are not isolated incidents. They occur multiple evenings each week and are inconsistent with the quiet enjoyment that is expected in a residential neighborhood. The increased advertising and popularity of these events has led to a notable rise in attendees, many of whom park on the surrounding residential streets. This change has had a direct impact on the neighborhood, creating challenges related to noise, traffic, and parking. In addition to the disruptions caused by amplified music, these events significantly increase traffic flow and parking congestion on my street. As concert goers arrive before each performance and depart afterward, the volume of vehicles and pedestrians rise considerably. Cottonmouth's use of its property as a concert venue is incompatible with residential zoning and has already caused significant disturbance in my home life. I'm here to ask the City Council to uphold the appeal and uphold my rights to the quiet enjoyment of my property in the village. Thank you.
Thank you. Alicia S., Jeff V., and Steph Grace.
Good morning. My name is Alyssa Santiago, and I am a resident and owner of 1208 12th Street West, located 250 feet south of Cottonmouth Soul Kitchen. Music is energy, period. It's just energy. Music is energy, and we are energy, and you can never destroy energy, Einstein says. Therefore, it is a part of all of us. Mayor Brown and city commissioners, this is a recent quote from world-renowned cellist Yo-Yo Ma in response to the question, what is music for? I know the city of Bradenton recognizes the importance of music. It is an integral part of our daily lives. When was the last time you ate dinner in silence? When was the last time you went grocery shopping in silence? Probably not recently. I represent one of the newer homeowners in the Village of the Arts and one of the few in the working millennial demographic. I moved to Bradenton specifically to VOTA because of the opportunity I saw here that I know you all see too. The city of Bradenton is one of the last areas along the Gulf Coast to reach peak development, with the new high-rises built downtown to encourage the working younger demographic to move here. In addition to the plans underway to clean up the 9th Street corridor, the Village of the Arts is a vital piece of this puzzle. If it's decided to end music at Cottonmouth, what's next? What future businesses are going to invest in this area? Not ones that promote a safe, lively arts district for locals and tourists to enjoy. It contradicts everything that the city of Bradenton is trying to evolve into. There are numerous articles recently detailing the economic impact and social structure that walkable, lively cities create and how the younger generations like myself crave that lifestyle. I represent the future of the city of Bradenton as well as the Village of the Arts. In October, we thought we put an end to this discussion, yet here we are again. Why? Because sadly, a few residents who are mostly retired of the baby boomer and Gen X generation are claiming this established restaurant is an auditorium. It is not, and the reality is that unfortunately these residents have let frivolous personal complaints waste the public and the city's time. Mayor Brown and commissioners, you are not therapists. You are here to promote the growth and the future of the city of Bradenton. And as the future of this city, I ask you to keep this in mind with this decision that you make.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jeff V., Steph Grace, and Bill Webster.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for having our audience today. My name is Jeff Van Gen. I'm a resident of Bradenton, by the way. I've been here since 2005. And I had the ability to make the acquaintance of Johnette Isham at that time. She hired me to assist Ringling College of Art with sound and noise abatement. And I worked and done consulting for Universal Studios, Disney, and the U.S. Department of Energy. And I'm also aware, and I hope you are too, that in 2012, Johnette commissioned a charter, and it was the mixed use overlay district that defined this community. And unfortunately, for some people who live in that community, they are sentenced to a mixed use that includes, the arts and yoga and music, restaurants, and other freedoms that we enjoy in Bradenton here. And I've had the opportunity to visit the property at Cottonmouth, and over the years I've seen the improvements that Dave Shiplett has made to try to abate the noise on his property. He's trying to keep steps ahead of any noise problems that break out, but unfortunately, some residents are sentenced to live there by choice. And if I were to design a yoga studio, I might pick a place in a construction style that was consistent with this room, which is about 25 or 30 dB background noise. For chambers like this one, where you enjoy the peace and quiet and communication necessary to hear a chant or a chime, you would want to locate your facility in that area or insulate your home instead of building it up 2 stories to face Dave's backyard. I've seen the efforts that he's made over the last 9 years to abate the noise, and he's trying to keep
Thank you,
pace.
sir. I'm going to ask, Madam Clerk, are you okay? Do we need to take a break, or is METV all right with everything's good? Just didn't want anything to go on. So, all right, so Steph Grace, Bill Webster, and then Preston Whaley.
Hi, thank you for having me. Thank you for being here to look over this problem.
Please state your name.
I'm Stephanie Grace.
Okay.
I'm a feng shui consultant and practitioner and teacher. And I'm going to explain this from the feng shui point of view, that the Village of the Arts has Cottonmouth right in its heart. And we're talking about not having any more Cottonmouth, not having the music, not having the heartbeat.
And can you pull the microphone a little closer?
Yes, not having that heartbeat that makes Cottonmouth part of what it is. It makes it vibrant. It makes it complete. What do we have without our heart, without the feeling? When you talk about the blues, what is that? That's feeling. And a lot of people have the blues, and they have this feeling that keeps them going. That's what music is about. And Cottonmouth is about music. But Cottonmouth is not only the heart of the village, but the village is the heart of Bradenton. And when you slow down that heart, or you stop that heart, you stop that body. And we're talking about a much larger body than just the body of the village. But we're talking about also the heart of the people who love the music, who come there for healing. Music is a universal healer, and Cottonmouth provides that for people who come from, I guess, all over the world to listen to this wonderful music, this wonderful feeling, this wonderful healing that Cottonmouth provides. And I'm sure that right here in Bradenton, we have the capacity to figure out how do we balance the vibrancy of this particular place with the whole of a village that also wants to have peace. But the village is not, it's not a graveyard. It's not ready for perfect peace yet. Believe me, for all of that, it will come for all of us. So I'm hoping that all of you here can figure out the way through to work through the ordinances and the boundaries that all of us have to face in order to make this all work together. I would hate...
Thank you, ma'am. Bill Webster, Preston Whaley, and then Matthew Farmer.
Good morning. I'm Bill Webster. I do not live in the village, but I own some property in the village. I have a son in the village and another one who's about to move to the village. I served the burden of working on the guild for many years, including the president for a hell of a long time. So I'm just going to throw out some bullet points. First of all, the law. If anyone is over the decibels, enforce it. If they're under the decibels, then we're talking about another issue. Second of all, and I think this is important, is the traffic. Moribund businesses do not engender traffic. I think that if something is successful, there will be traffic. If somebody is blocking a driveway, they should be towed and ticketed. But I don't believe it's proper to hold against a business its success. If we were that concerned about traffic, I think that maybe the Met would have been rethought. Well, it's there and it's successful, but there's a lot more parking, and I think that, and it is not only 2 nights a week, 3 at the most. It's every day. As far as, I'd also like to say that Cottonmouth employs a number of village residents, which few others can say. I think that's very good. And although my son, who lives on 12th, can hear the ball game quite clearly from his backyard, he has yet to call the Pirates and complain. So anyway, I'd just like to wrap it up saying that the village is a unique and unusual vibe that this city council has intentionally nurtured and created over a number of years. And unfortunately, a bucolic retirement zone was not part of the plan. I mean, I don't like hearing loud noises either, but I wouldn't be in the Village of the Arts because this is an urban area that's going to have activity. I like everybody involved in this dispute, and I can see everyone's point, but I think the overriding point is the health of the village, the intention of the village, and what this town needs.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Preston Whaley, Matthew Farmer, and then Audrey Schroeder.
I'm Preston Whaley, resident and owner of Blue Sky Yoga Studio, 1122 12th Street, Boda. Motivation for enforcement of the noise ordinance and this appeal isn't personal. It's practical. Cottonmouth operates a concert venue 40 feet from my house. It's about responsibility to family, business, and the Village of the Arts. Lately, due to fire marshal and city building code violations, Cottonmouth features concerts in their driveway. When they book a 4 to 5 piece electrified band, like Wednesday, the volume is disruptive to family, the kids' homework, and commerce. Speaking of commerce, the only new business to open on 12th Street West in the past year is a wellness and yoga studio located one house away from Cottonmouth. Form-based code and the business overlay say the Village of the Arts is about live work, low-intensity business. Multiple outdoor amplified concerts every week, as the planning director indicated in her report, is out of compliance. These concerts are not ambient dinner music. They're heavily promoted performances. They disrupt yoga studio sessions in afternoon and evening hours and limit workshops on the weekends. I'm not against the village tradition of music during art walks and special occasions. I'm a musician. My business sponsored Blues Fest for 2 years. Music is a vital art form. It's the frequency of Cottonmouth's multiple concerts every week that throws family life and business off balance. This appeal is about one thing: whether form-based code permits this use at this location. The planning director's report shows abundant evidence of why her answer is no. I tried to work this out with Dave and later Cecilia for 2 years. We held cordial meetings. I interrupted sound checks and sent many texts saying it was too loud. Sadly, we couldn't work it out. My 40 attempts to get the noise ordinance enforced have been mostly ineffectual. Cottonmouth has lookouts watching the streets. When police arrive, it takes 15 minutes to calibrate the decibel reader. Cottonmouth temporarily shuts the music down or the band plays soft. It's unenforceable. Businesses in the village are legally required to operate in compliance with code and zoning to ensure a stable live-work environment. An outdoor auditorium destabilizes adjacent business and creative activity. It strains residential life. Carrie Price's appeal is based on principle. I'm asking the City Council to act on principle and fulfill its role to apply the existing form-based code to the facts, not granting exceptions based on popularity, personal preferences, cultural value, promises of compliance.
Thank you, sir. Matthew Farmer, Andrew Schrader, and then Terry N.
Good morning, Council. My name is Matthew S. Farmer. I reside at 1001 12th Avenue West. My wife and I formerly ran a gallery called Fun Girl Art. I am fondly referred to as the fun guy. I have, again, lived in the village for 12 years. I've also been on the board. I've also been president of the board. What this is about is one thing. It is the spirit of the law versus the letter of the law. I have read the form-based code. I have read the overlay district. I have read the numerous, I think, 4 reports on the Village of the Arts and what the purpose was and what was trying to happen within that community. It is unfortunate that my friends have come to this. Somebody said, bring us back to the peaceful time that we used to have. Well, I will tell you, I sat in meetings where we cussed, we screamed, we yelled, and I always felt that was not acceptable. So it has not always been peaceful. This is not about one family. This is not about 5 people. This is about continuing the spirit of the Village of the Arts, art that includes food, music, and the visual and creative arts. I would be saddened if this were to happen. And again, I understand raising a family. I'm sorry, I'm a rock and roller. I grew up listening to music much louder than what I hear at at Cottonmouth today. And I will tell you that I walk by almost every night with my dog, hear the music, and every time I have walked by, because Dave really has been trying, I believe, to accommodate as many people as possible. Owning a business, as we all know, that is very difficult. So again, I know you're in a difficult position, but this is about the spirit of the Village of the Arts as opposed to the letter of the Village of the Arts. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew Schroeder, Terry Inn, and Lucas Andrews.
May I use the projector?
Sure. And you gave us all a copy of that.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, City Council, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Andrew Schroeder. I am over in the Village of the Arts at 1302 13th Avenue West. I am also the former president of the Artists Guild of Manatee. At the Planning Commission meeting, I do urge you to uphold their findings and to reject this appeal. Music in the Village of the Arts is, it needs to happen. During the Planning Commission meeting, I heard several complaints about property values falling in the Village of the Arts. So I brought some data about the whole area. In the center there is 34205, the area in which the Village of the Arts is. We have fallen 8.2% property values year over year. In addition to that, I have also had a market analysis done by a local real estate agent. Since January 1st, 2025 to now, we've had 5 homes sold, an average price per square foot of 292 square feet, and a list to price ratio of 97.3%, meaning we have listed prices and we've barely backed down from them at a closing sale. In that packet, there is the methodology. I'm not going to really go over that. I'll let you guys review that on your own. Property recently sold. There's a list of them with the sold dates, with the benchmark sale being right next door to Cottonmouth at $599,000. This increased the average price per square foot by $20. So we're actually seeing a level up in property values in the Village of the Arts. And according to the findings of this real estate agent, Cottonmouth is a good reason why property values are actually rising against the trends in the greater area in Bradenton. Some neighboring homes. We're going to go through each of them very quickly. So 1105 12th Street West, purchased here in 2000, price of $37,000. Estimated current value is $301,000. That's an average gain per year of 29%. 1125 12th Street West, purchase here of 2008, $225,000. Estimated current value is $355,000. Average gain per year is about 3.21%. 1129 12th Street West, purchase year of 2014, purchase price of $40,000. Current estimated value is $354,780, 66% gain per year.
Thank you.
I'll let you all go through the rest. Thank you so much.
All right, Terry. And then Lucas Andrews.
Good morning, Terry Natress, 1009 13th Avenue West, Bradenton, Florida. I am a 12-year resident of the Village of the Arts, and I have owned my home, we're coming up on 7 years, and another vacant property in the village for about 3 years. So at 34 years old, every dollar I've made is pretty much invested into the village. That's okay. Noise is not new to this area. From my home, I can regularly hear Motorworks Brewery, the baseball stadium, and other permitted events. This district has long been an active mixed-use area where arts and music and nightlife coexist with residential life. This is a part of the character people knowingly subscribe to, knowingly buy into when they join us in the Village of the Arts. What concerns me about this appeal is not the issue of noise, but the consistency of intent. When enforcement appears selective, it stops feeling like a policy issue and starts feeling personal. If standards are going to be enforced, they should be enforced fairly, evenly, and across the board. I want to emphasize something that often gets overlooked. Active, well-run businesses are the most effective tools we have to fight slum and blight, okay? If it's not a business that's doing really well, then it's going to be BPD protecting us from activity we don't want in the village. It's going to be one or the two. And I know BPD has so many things to do other than hanging out in the village, okay? I love this community, and I've known all parties involved my entire adult life, and I wish it wasn't like this, but Dave has sacrificed a lot for this community, as really everyone who's come to this podium has. It would not sit right with me if we turn around and sacrifice him. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lucas Andrews.
Hello, Mayor and City Council and everybody else. Thanks for coming to in support or against this.
State your name, please.
I'm sorry, I'm Luke Andrews.
Thank you.
Or Lucas, but I'm in support of not overturning this, and I want everybody to kind of please take a look at why did we approve this before to say that Cottonmouth is allowed to continue to work as a restaurant with music, and I think it's because that's what they were. And I come here today like with my Cottonmouth shirt on, not to show, oh, I bought a band's t-shirt like they're trying to show in the presentation, but this is, I'm supporting the venue. I didn't buy, they don't sell the band's t-shirt. Matter of fact, I'm one of the bands that play there, solo band usually. And I could tell you the difference. I play at Motorworks, and I looked online, it says Motorworks, I love Motorworks too. Motorworks is zoned as a brewery. Motorworks is zoned as an event space. Cottonmouth is zoned as a restaurant because that's what it is. Matter of fact, in the last year, I've been there a couple times, and when I came back and performed, I saw the staff doing extra things to like putting up soundproofing on the fence, Cece in the back holding the meter, and people, Kyle, come and tell me, hey, you need to turn it down, and that's never happened to me before over there, and I'm a solo guy. So what that tells me is that the people and also people in the neighborhood are fixated on this issue as a sound thing. You know, all of a sudden you hear a dog, and man, there's a lot of dogs around here, and then you hear like 12 dogs in the neighborhood because your ears fixate on what they want to hear. And I'm not saying that anybody that's bringing this appeal is doing it, you know, and is not right. It's like, can we work this out? And I believe that we can. I know for a true fact that I don't live in the Village of the Arts, but I know Dave does. I know friends that have just moved their businesses in the Village of the Arts, and they're working with Dave and Cottonmouth on art walks. Dave has had my wife, who's an artist, painting out front, other local artists from galleries in the neighborhood, painting out front of their studio, in front of Cottonmouth. He's a part of the community. And, you know, so I don't know what's changed. He had another restaurant called Bird Rock, and we had concerts over there as well, but we always had, in the last 5 years, had concerts at Cottonmouth as well. So I just want to say, from an artist perspective, as a musician that lives in Bradenton, on the west side, you know, we go to the Village of the Arts to see concerts. The Kava Shop has music all the time. They're not talking about that at City Council. I don't know why. So I just want everyone to be open-minded and maybe please consider denying this appeal, because I can say that definitely Cottonmouth and all staff is garnering the arts and doing the best they can within the community. So that's the difference. Last year it's been like, whoa, what's going on, you know? So anyways, thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't have any other cards other than Celia Hernandez and Dave Shiplet, which you already spoke, and you'll get your rebuttal on that point. So at this time, is there any other public comment? If you've already spoken, just come up now and fill out a card. Make sure you do fill out a card before you're done. You can come to the podium and speak now, and then fill out and give it to the clerk.
First of all, I apologize. I didn't know I had to fill out a card.
Have you been sworn?
I did swear. I stood up and swore.
Okay.
I will again. Charles Michael Donovan, 3012 15th Avenue West, resident of Manatee County, Bradenton since 1989, owned a home since 1994. I have known Dave for a long time, and we've heard both sides. And I think that often mentioning here the rule of law, planning, etc., we all know that rules, regulations, and law are subject to interpretation, and they're also flexible. Nothing is ever etched in stone, ever. That's why we have these meetings. But I think what's at stake here is what direction the city of Bradenton wants to do. Bradenton always makes that little step forward, but we always go backwards. We have things, we lose them. We have jazz festival, blues festivals, it's gone away. So I think we keep on losing Bradenton to Lakewood Ranch. And there was one important thing said here today, and that on both sides, I am a boomer. But we have to look at the young people that are going to be supporting this town. Not me, not the people that are in their 70s. We stopped spending our money, you know, but we need the young people, and to attract young people in businesses, we need this. We need something to live for, not to live for a retirement community. And I know it's a rough comparison, but St. Petersburg, 25 years ago, had nothing. If you walked one block off Beach Street, you were surrounded by homelessness and drug use. Right now, if you're in downtown St. Pete, you can get on Central Avenue and walk 30 blocks. Bars, restaurants, galleries, vintage shops, hotels, restaurants, condominiums, apartments, affordable housing, because they embraced the change and went forward. If you went there 10 years ago, you could have had an apartment at Janice Landing. That would be close to entertainment. An apartment overlooking a venue. So we have to consider, are we going to build this Village of the Arts for a bunch of old retired people? Are we going to build this for a community and an entertainment center and an arts center and something to attract young people to this town? We don't need retirees. We need young people to carry it forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Steve Harvey. I'm a local musician, business person, and I've been a promoter. First of all, I want to say that I do support music in the Village of the Arts. It's a very important thing. I've known Dave for a long time, and he's done a good job. I would like to propose this because I helped the city of Indian Rocks Beach in 2010 with the same situation. And we pretty much put together a little, a group that we all sat down to advise to help keep music in Indian Rocks Beach and keep the music alive there. So pretty much, I just want you to know that I sent you all an email with some plans to try to maybe put together something, because this is a very complicated matter. But music needs to be alive. And Village of the Arts, I've tried to work with the Village of Arts for many years now and keep things working along with the Cigar Box Festival and other events in the Village of the Arts. So I would like you just to take a look at my letter and hope that maybe we can get some sort of a hearing with everybody to try to come to a nice solution and keep music in the Village of the Arts. Thank you.
Thank you. Vicky Guy, have you been sworn?
No, I need to.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations which you're about to present to this board will be truthful and accurate? Thank you.
My name is Vicki Guy. I'm the founder of Bridgewalk Community Resources. It's a nonprofit community organization that's located in Sarasota, Florida, and operates in Sarasota and Manatee County, serving the residents there in community outreach. We also support music and arts. It's no argument that music is art. And in Village of the Arts, something rare occurs at Cottonmouth. Cottonmouth is a southern soul food kitchen. And if you've ever had soul food, you've experienced it. You know exactly what I'm talking about. And it's an art. There's science that backs it up. Thanks to Cottonmouth Southern Soul Food Kitchen, Bridgewalk Community Resources has been able to help over 2,000 residents in Sarasota and Manatee counties, primarily Manatee County. How did it get started in Cottonmouth? I feel like Bradenton keeps pulling me back. I've been in Bradenton since 88, 89. I moved here, and Cottonmouth has allowed us to serve the residents. We promote the artists, local artists that are sometimes in recovery. We use that art to help them, show them that they have a purpose, so they've rediscovered purpose. When we first started having our art events where people do live art, they paint, they draw, they use easels, we use nature. We had a senior who was disabled, loved coming to Cottonmouth because it was easy for him to get out of his car because he had the sidewalk. But it really started, the music, we were able, during COVID, we were innovative, and we brought live music into people's living rooms when people were too afraid to leave their homes. They were getting isolated. They were getting cabin fever. And I had an individual who was becoming wheelchair bound again because they weren't being physical. They were too scared to come out of their homes. And Cottonmouth was the only place they felt safe. They could get a meal, they found community, they had art, and they had music. Anytime I've been at Cottonmouth, I've been aware of the noise issue that's been occurring. I've been going to Cottonmouth since 2020, so about the last 5 years, but it's only been about the last year that there's really been any music issue, or any noise issue, I should say. But I can say that every single time it has been brought to Dave's attention, Dave, I've watched Kyle Morris stand there with the microphone and watch the decibel, and they do add a cushion so that it's 5 to 10 decibels lower. I'm not an engineer, so I don't know the numbers, but I know they do, like, they've shown me the numbers on the microphone and I watch it go down, okay? And so I know that Cottonmouth, and if you look at it from the VOAD, or if you look at it from upholding the code, either way, economically or art-wise, Cottonmouth fits in both of those. It's provided an economic value, generating program revenue for up to $10,000 that we've been able to provide services to Manatee County residents.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I don't have any other public comment, so at this time, I'm going to close the public comment. We'll have a 5-minute rebuttal. We'll start out with Cottonmouth. We'll go first.
Thanks. Once again, I am David Chiplett. And I live in the village and take care of my 92-year-old mother, who also is in the village. I have my grandchildren in the village. So I just want to make sure that everyone knows that this hurts a lot and that I get held up as I've done something wrong, and I have never tried to do anything wrong. I've done the same thing I've been doing since day one that I came into the village. I didn't change directions. And like I said, I just want to bring up that there's people that live within earshot of me that live a block off 41, and the noise level, I'm at 75, the noise level in my neighborhood's 55, 60. So if you look at that, that means that my neighborhood's that loud anyways. I've got about 15 points above that, and I live there. So if you look at that, I'm usually at about, I'm barely adding any sound at all to the village. And that's been because of the complaints of a couple neighbors. You'll see that the house next to me that just sold for $600,000, the reason why they bought it was because I was a venue. That's why. And if you're a business near me, like the one that left, she's told me before how much business that we bring in. Are they buying art? No, they're buying houses. There's people in this room right now that came here to go to my restaurant, were from Buffalo or Memphis, Tennessee, and they said, wow, look at this neighborhood, and they bought. So if you hear people telling you that there's no economic impact from a bunch of people, and the other thing I want to bring up real quick too, I have the best guests in the state of Florida. They're 70 to 80 years old. They don't drink too much. This idea that we've been called by the police, it's because of noise, and it's not real.
We proved it. You haven't been called about fighting or loud parties or people peeing in the neighbor's yard. We don't do any of that. Luckily, because I don't get to pick my customers are the most respectful people that I have ever been around. And it's the reason why I'm continuing to do what I'm doing here. So I just respectfully ask that you do not hurt the village in this way, because people are watching. Thank you.
All right. It's been long. I'll make it short. There was a number of comments regarding patrons going home. Well, people who go to rock shops and records and buy records and do things like that, go to art galleries, they go home as well. There was a comment about large truck in the streets. There's large trucks, specifically in front of Cottonmouth. It was mentioned it was a U-Haul truck. Well, there's other vehicles that are about the size of U-Haul trucks that are in and out of the village all day long, like Amazon delivery trucks and tree trucks and other forms of vehicles that it takes to keep a city going. There's also food delivery trucks and beverage delivery trucks that are in front of Cottonmouth. The event that was spoken about, the 1st of February, that's a Guild-sponsored event that's been going on for years now. There's a similar Guild event, but it wasn't mentioned in negative light. That's Day of the Dead. And that's just, could it be because that's a liked event versus it being a targeted type of comment? There was a comment that there's been only one business opened in the last year, and it was on the same street, and it was a yoga or a wellness center. No, actually, which is younger than that business, is a business right next to Cottonmouth opened up, and that opened up just a few months back. And the gal who opened it, I spoke with and said, hey, when we're moving music to the front, I asked her for some input, and she said, oh my gosh, no. She goes, we chose to buy this place because of Cottonmouth. This gave me cool creds with my daughter, with my teenage daughter who loves Cottonmouth, and that's why we purchased. Similar aged children as the children that live on the opposite side of Cottonmouth. I've also want to give light to some of the comments that were made about the constant change in the youth and the upcoming people who spend money and in the area, just in Bradenton in general, specifically the vision.
Thank you. Ms. Singer, did you have anything else to add before we go on to the appellant?
So the decision today is just whether to uphold Planning Commission's decision or reverse it, or you can uphold it but add stipulations. I think from my department's perspective, we just want to make sure that they're clear and enforceable guidelines as to how to keep this more in line with restaurant use rather than tripping over into other uses. I know there's been some discussion about whether or not you want to consider other uses in the Village of the Arts. That's a discussion for another time. This is really about keeping it in line with the restaurant use that is permitted and allowed in this district. So any stipulations you want to add on that with the agreement of everyone, we're fine with that. We just want to make sure it's clear and enforceable.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Just briefly, I would submit that virtually all the comments that we've heard have actually supported your planning director's report and opinion that what is being put on at Cottonmouth is not background music, that this indeed is a concert venue, that it's too intense for the neighborhood, and that it cannot be mitigated through buffering or other structures. Of course, that question about whether it can be mitigated is really a question that you would ask if a special use were available, and it simply is not in the restricted district. I think it's important too that we don't want to start this idea that overlays or mixed-use districts are an invitation for nuisances or disturbances for people who are already living there or doing business in the area. The idea of the Village of the Arts was to be a vibrant, live, work place for artists, and most of the art that it speaks to is indeed visual art and crafts as opposed to performance. My concern is that one concern would be that with all the focus on businesses, we're pushing out the live part, the part where artists live there. That's what makes an artist community so vibrant, is their actual presence there. And the other thing is, Cottonmouth isn't the only business there. We heard from Mr. Whaley and his client, how their business is being disturbed. I would submit also, as the director had stated, that mitigation is not possible. The intensity of what is going on is simply incompatible. It's not even just about the noise, it's about the crowds and the traffic and the vehicles. The answer to this is to locate this business elsewhere. And as we explained, and the planning director explained, these kinds of uses are available in the Village of Arts, but in the open portion, not the restricted residential portion. Also, there's been a lot of talk about how the business could not survive without music, but that tends to, again, demonstrate that this is a primary use at the property. The fact that there's been so much non-enforcement to do all of these legal proceedings is what's created the controversy. And I think that's unfortunate too. The failure to impose the code on the situation, and again, it wasn't applied for. I'm not trying to say anything about what staff has done in that regard, because this use was never applied for until July. But the fact that this is dragged out has just continued that controversy, and that certainly cannot be beneficial. This is not a non-intensive, low-traffic generating use. People don't typically complain about background music. And as the last, I'm going to request, please don't try to craft a compromise here. I think that that Ms. Price and her husband have been working as hard as they can to figure out over the years some way to make this work. It just doesn't work. Other surrounding residents have testified to that. So our request would be, and the final thing I say is it also has not demonstrated that there has been an error. There would still be a need, in order to disagree with the planning director, to demonstrate that she has made a mistake. And all of the evidence and comments that we have heard have only further supported her conclusion. So with that, I will ask that the City Council please uphold the report and determination of the planning director that Cottonmouth's entertainment use is not permitted at this location, so that we can move forward and finally find some peace in the neighborhood for these residents who are an important part of the Village of the Arts, just as important as any other part. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so first thing I'm going to say is, as we go to deliberation, I'll go to the council members if they have questions, but I just want to thank everyone out there, because this is a very heated fact that's happening in your community. But I want to thank you for your patience today. I want to thank you for your diligence of not making as many sighs and things as we go through to disrupt the other speakers, because no matter what side you're on, you know, it is a heartfelt thing. One of the things that we've tried to do, and I know this council especially, has really figured ways to collaborate and make it better. Sometimes better isn't always better for everybody, but it's got to be about for the good of the whole, and also what that village has tried to do in the 27 years ago when it used to be the slum and blight that it was that we all grew up with, that we're hoping as we continue will continue to grow, which will grow the rest of the area. So at this time, anybody have any questions or comments or deliberation?
I do.
Okay, yes, sir.
So first, I'd just like to say that I'm sympathetic to everyone in the village. I really do appreciate everyone's own voice on both sides coming out for the better good of the whole. I'd like to say that the intent of the overlay district established in the 1990s was to create and allow a neighborhood where art, creative businesses, and residents could live, work, and flourish. We all know, and it's been mentioned several times today, that art has various forms: paintings, murals, crafts, and yes, music is also an art, as is food. That's why they call it the culinary arts. So to me, there's several considerations. This is a very tough one. It's about how do we coexist. I do believe that music is vital to the Village of the Arts, as are other creative activities. It's also vital to the future of Bradenton, that we have things for our residents to do. It is an attraction. So I do have questions that really, does the overlay district come before the form-based code? And what is the intent of the form-based code? I do believe that Ms. Singer said that restaurants are currently allowed in this area where the Cottonmouth is, but outdoor auditoriums are not. Having said that, then it's open to interpretation what outdoor auditoriums actually are. So my summary point is, I do believe that music is very vital to the continuation of the Village of Arts and is part and parcel of what should go on there. I don't think it's a matter of code enforcement or noise. If the laws are being, followed, the rules and regulations, it's just some of the points that I have.
I saw Vice Mayor Coker and then Councilwoman Coachman.
Okay. With regard, I know there's been a lot of discussion about the music and noise. I've, been involved between DDA and this and realized Bradenton for a long time, and it's actually quite satisfying to hear that we've done such a good job of getting rid of some of the slum and blight, and we have planned and funded a lot of this through the years. So I'm glad to know that we are making progress on that. And I in no way would want to stop that progress. I do, however, think that public safety concerns, fire and safety concerns have to be paramount to everything. So there's not really been much said about if there is an issue with is it 50 that they're allowed, the occupancy, and the fire. I mean, if we're fine, are we fine on that? As far as the facts and
Yeah, and I think that's what Ms. Singer said. Obviously, if they meet all health and safety issues, and they're not open right now in the back part yet because I don't think they've met that standard. But that would be something that if there was a motion, it could be put into it that they have to meet all those health and safety standards and code enforcement and everything else.
Yeah, it is a given that they're gonna have to meet fire code before they can reopen the back area. And fire department would determine occupancy. It would be a change of occupancy, I believe, to assembly from, the restaurant, I think, is limited to 50. But they can do that through the fire department. They have to, so.
Well, I just, even as Ms. Turner just kind of gave us that history of the progress, that it went from a dilapidated bungalow to an antique and then now to a restaurant. So, I mean, it shows that the intent is actually, it's starting to pay off, and we're, this is unfortunately a victim of the success, but I do want to make sure that, you know, I do find it a little funny that someone's saying that you want compatibility in the Village of the Arts. I mean, you don't go to an overlay district because you want compatibility. You go into you know, the regular subdivisions when you want that compatibility. So, I just, that's just where I'm coming from. I don't know, I like all the people that are here, and I want everybody to enjoy where they live. And I find a lot of distress in us developing a policy that's just based on one little situation and a neighbor dispute. We've had that before, and I think we need to have the overall policy be clear and be predictable, or we're going to have more problems.
All right, Councilwoman Coachman and then Councilwoman Moore.
Thank you. I lost my voice because I haven't been talking. Again, I would also like to say ditto to how everyone has been respectful, because when emotions are involved, sometimes it's hard to keep it, you know, low and regulated. But really, really want you to know we appreciate that. All of my notes, I came up with this. Overlay and form-based code and interpretation, the ordinance and enforcement, flaws in what we may think of the overlay itself. The overlay was to stimulate, live, work, and play. That environment, that was what voted. But it didn't take into consideration when it became just live. That was a flaw. Because if you just live in that overlay, you're gonna be bothered. So that I see as a flaw, and that seems to be something we need to address. Maybe not today, but it should be kept in mind. The importance of bringing young people to this city, I can't even measure how important it is. It's extremely important, because if we don't, we all aren't going to be here. I'm sorry to tell you, we won't be here in a number of years. And then this city will die with us. I was a little concerned when I heard the opposition, I guess, say that they're not looking for a compromise. I was hoping that's what we could do. That's all I got for right now.
All right, Ms. Moore, if you'll indulge me, I just want something I was going to articulate on what Councilwoman Coachman said. The live, work, and play part of it. And I don't know if that's a flaw, Councilwoman Coachman,
I don't like that word.
but my thing is, in what the short time I've been around here, which is almost 15 years now coming up on it, but on the council and obviously living in this community my whole life, is you didn't drive through that neighborhood when I was in the 80s and 90s, because it was known as a bad place. You didn't drive down 14th Street because you saw unsavory stuff going on. You saw things, and especially when I got my license, and my mom said, "You don't go here." And what we did is we've changed. I say we as in general, as the whole city, as we've changed that. But what really made me think of something is the live, work, and play. You know, when you live, work, and play somewhere, that means you don't have to get in a car. You don't have to do other things. And we hope to have a grocery store somewhere downtown soon that we can live, work, and play and walk to the grocery store. But when you close your business and you still want to live there, you have every right to do that. But some of the work and play stuff still needs to be thought about. And I'm not saying that it's right or wrong that you still want to live there, because I would hope you'd want to live there because that's what vibrantly built you and obviously hopefully gave you a retirement. One of the things that through a lot is I've heard about Sarasota, well, their Village of the Arts is better than our Village of the Arts because they have such a small footprint. We are very lucky. We have a footprint that could end up having 200 to 225, I think, homes. That's the North Village and the South Village. Now, we don't want to be the North and the South, and this is what it's turned into a little bit of what's happening with family, because we all are family in here. And some of the things, as simple as Mr. and Mrs. Claus, you know, there was drama through that with that my wife and I love doing that for the children, not for the community to be split up. But I'm just going to say it. It felt like this year, because of the two fractions in the village right now, that I felt like I was going to Mom's house in the morning to be Mr. and Mrs. Claus and Dad's house in the afternoon. We had to split up the time. And that's what this wasn't built on, I think, when Annie and the group started, and what Johnette, God rest her soul, she's turning over in her grave right now, thinking, how do I do this? How do I make it better? Because that was one of the first things I said to her. How can we get people to get along? And she said, they're artists, they're never going to get along. And I was like, well, I'll die trying, you know, and you guys know that. I'm not giving up on either part of it. But it's the live, work, and play part that I feel is the most important to look at. And when you don't want to work, you've still got to want to play there and have an opportunity. Now, I do have a question for Chief Kramer, because there was a lot of innuendos out there, right or wrong, that were put out there about the noise part of it. And what's gone on with that? Because it made it sound like this is a bad place to do anything with, of the police going there all the time.
Yeah. I'm going to defer to my expert in this topic, Assistant Chief Brian Thiers. I put him on it. Both parties reached out to me to want to meet. I want to be able to stay separate of it. Part of it is because I was on council, and technically I am the complainant on this whole matter from when I was on council. But also, Brian's able to meet with everybody, and here he goes.
Yeah, Brian Thiers, Assistant Chief of Police, lifelong resident. Since our CAD system inception in 2007, there's 69.
What is a CAD system?
Computer automated dispatch, tracks all of our records. I could have gone back further on this address. It's kind of irrelevant, so I'll fast forward to, we'll just go to April 6th of 2025. There's been 41 occurrences at Cottonmouth. Of the 41 calls for service, 33 of those were noise complaints. 2 of those were cited as city ordinance violations, and then the other stuff was just random things, nothing criminal in nature. So we will respond to any call for service. Everybody knows that. That's our job. Call comes in, noise complaint, irrelevant of where it's at, we go and investigate it. There's been some issue with responding to noise complaints because they fall down to a level 7 in our priority response, meaning it's not an active call for service. There's not a life and death danger. So we respond when we can. So oftentimes our officers get there and it's either over or done or it's been turned down. We had early on in the Cottonmouth complaints, we were just telling Dave on the one side, hey, turn it down. That was it. And then it developed.
Knowing whether it was exceeding the limit or not.
Correct. And then we moved further into, now we go out with calibrated noise meters that we own, and we measure based on the ordinance determined by the city. 50 feet or on the property line, there's all kinds of stipulations, and our officers have become pretty well versed in this because of this situation ongoing. But we respond out, we get a call for service, we go. And that's just plain and simple. And we determine then whether it's too loud or not. And if it's too loud, they're cited.
All right. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Coachman.
I have a question. There was a comment that when a lookout would see VPD coming, and the music would be turned down. Is it possible to respond to those calls or in an unmarked car? I'm not saying be sneaky on you, but at least that would eliminate. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to even encourage you to talk back.
No, we're going to follow our policies and procedures and and the
In a
ordinance.
marked car, sorry.
You know,
Yeah.
regardless of who calls.
You know me, I'm always gonna come up with something out of the box.
Absolutely. It's okay.
All right, I think that, and if any council members have more, you can come back up.
Sure.
We're going to go to Councilwoman Moore, and thank you for the indulgence on that, and then also Councilwoman Barnaby.
All the same, I appreciate everyone and all the respect, and I wish we got this much engagement when it wasn't contentious, but I am gonna start, I'm gonna try to, I also took copious notes, like Councilwoman Coachman, and I'm gonna try to be orderly about it, but hit the points. So I'm gonna start with what we're not here to do, which is make some determination of whether or not there's been some criminal action. And we're not here to determine whether there has been some illegality, code enforcement, whether, or criminal, as to the number of patrons at the restaurant at any one time. And the reason why I'm not going to engage in those aspects of it are because I think they're outside of the purview of this, and I leave that to the appropriate departments to address if someone is, just like anyone else in the city, violating code or doing something criminal. So I think that the issue before us is whether or not the establishment, Cottonmouth, is an outdoor auditorium, and the code that we are going to be looking at to make that determination is the form-based code, including the integrated, is it VAD? Village of the Arts Overlay District. I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm just going to note that in the integration of the overlay district, it plainly states that the overlay district exists to encourage a mix of also in many things, but included entertainment and eateries, as well as it's supporting an increased presence and integration of the arts and related culture and arts-related ancillary uses. Regarding the question of whether, and then we have the definition of outdoor auditorium, which is a place of open-air outdoor assembly consisting of a central space or stage for performances, which may be open to the sky or partially covered or enclosed. I believe that the two things I said I'm not going to indulge were relied upon by Ms. Singer in her determination as she was trying to determine intensity of use as it related to whether or not this was an outdoor auditorium or just was a restaurant with music. And I don't think that that was unreasonable, and I really respect the work of Ms. Singer, and I know that she's very knowledgeable of what she does. However, my issue with that reliance on those two pieces of data are to compare those two things with the current intensity of the use, I think ignores the historical aspect of the district. We heard testimony here today that the district was more vibrant in the past, and I'm going to venture a guess that because the decline in vibrancy seemed to be coincided in 2020, that it had something to do with COVID. That seems, logical. We all live that. And so I would prefer that we look at intensity of use for what it was intended to be, and what it is supposed to be continuing in the future. I also think that it's reasonable for us to rely on the definition to me, the definition speaks not so much to intent of use, but to physical structures. And I also believe that there was a speaker that spoke to the fact that this is an auditorium, an indoor auditorium, because of its physicality, because of the physical elements of the structure. So I don't think that the definition really includes an intent to make that determination. To the extent that we are looking at music as, and I feel like we threw some terms out there that are not necessarily in the code, but like ancillary use, primary use, that sort of thing. I think that I will just say that it's my observation that these days, probably mainly since COVID, many restaurants rely on music, not to have that be a primary use, an ancillary use, or first use, but to get people in the door. I can name, several restaurants, including one that is very adjacent to my neighborhood, and we have the same struggles. I hear the same thing about the music, and it's not a district overlay at all. It just happens to be, there's an establishment on Manatee Ave that plays music, and you can hear it in the neighborhood. And so I don't find whether or not we were selling tickets or pre-purchasing or anything of that nature much different than someone making reservations at a restaurant establishment. And I also think that, again, because so many restaurants are doing it more of a marketing thing increasingly, that I don't think that it doesn't persuade me that it is relevant necessarily to whether or not it's an outdoor auditorium. So for those reasons, I'm inclined to uphold the decision of the Planning Commission. And I, of course, would love to see some kind of compromise, but I also feel like I don't think that we need to do that. And as I say that, it's not because I'm not for compromise and neighborly resolution of disputes. I would love to see that. I don't like feeling like I'm being a judicial oversight of a neighbor dispute. But I also will just note that we have a study going on that includes this area, and it's not just this area. I say includes it because it's also looking at several areas in the city. So we're revisiting Riverwalk, we're revisiting the area that's gonna be City Park, we're revisiting, historic Manatee. So we're just in a period of time where I think that we've had these things, we've had the Riverwalk, we've had VODA for a few decades now, and we are at a moment where I think we're just asking ourselves, what works, what do we like, what do we not like, how do we get to a place where we're more on the same page and rowing in the same direction.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Then we'll go to
Thank you. You always do things so succinctly and organized. I did use the word compromise, but I guess I was thinking of additional stipulations. That's all.
Councilwoman Barnaby.
Well, first, I want to thank everybody for coming here today. Was it Upton Sinclair that said those that like sausage or government should never see either one being made? But you can't do government without the people. And I appreciate the gift of your time. It's the only thing I know that you can't get more of. You can buy more clothes, you can buy more houses, you can't buy more time. So I appreciate that. A couple of things I wanted to address, just comments that were made here and there. Social media comments and being slandered in social media comments. Welcome to our world. Yeah. There's a lot of keyboard courage out there. And I think back of the things that I learned in kindergarten at Ballard Elementary and wanting to treat others the way you wanted to be treated. And I truly wish that we could get back to that. Comment made that, we lost the Blues Festival. I want you to know that Mayor Brown did everything he could to keep the Blues Festival in Bradenton. And we were very unhappy when they decided to go to Lakewood Ranch. However, I think it might have been that they got something from them that they felt that they weren't going to get from us, but I'm not sure. You can think back and speak to that, Mr. Mayor. I know how hard you worked in a very short period of time to try to keep that event in the city of Bradenton. I do find it interesting when people come and say, I've been here since 1998, or I've been here from 2005. I was born here in 1957 and grew up not too far from the Village of the Arts. Rode my bicycle through there all the time when I'd come to downtown to go to the library. So I'm very, very familiar with that entire neighborhood. And I'm very familiar of the ups and downs that occurred from about 1968 until the current day. because I saw it. I had family living there, very much aware of what was going on. I also was here on the city council in 1998. And I want to thank Mr. DeLong for some of his research that he did for me. I didn't realize that they started the zoning process with the Village of the Arts in 1996. And then in 1998, when we had kind of a major turnover on the council, I think Mr. West, the planning director, thought we might be able to get this off the ground now. And I started attending meetings from people that wanted to buy houses or already had houses in the village in 1998, talking about what could the village be, what could it become. And there was lots of conversations. And I'm kind of upset to say, many times in the village, y'all don't get along any better than you did during those original conversations in 1998. And that saddens me. It truly does. When we look at what is happening here, and there's been some major changes. One of the major changes in the village was with the hurricanes and the loss of tree cover. Trees are going to be a natural acoustic barrier. Think about the big trees that have come down over the past several hurricanes. I mean, we're talking, the mighty oaks. There were mighty oaks that came down in those storms. That changes the acoustics of a neighborhood. I think what we're talking about now is it possible to find balance? The live, work, play balance. And I jokingly I wrote down hall monitor. I never wanted to be a hall monitor in elementary school. And sometimes when these issues come in front of the council, that's what I feel like I'm being asked to do, is to be the hall monitor and tell everybody to stop running and yelling and walk quietly to the library or the cafeteria. But I do take this very seriously. The area that was the Village of the Arts had fallen into major disrepair. And you don't hear me talk about slum and blight and the owners of the slum. Notice I didn't say the other word. It was bad. It was really, really bad. And we have been able, with your participation and what the city has tried to do, and what the DDA was working on, and what the CRA has been trying to do, we've been able to lift an area up. I mean, where was this thing back here that was talking about a house that sold for $599? That was unheard of. That was unheard of in 1997 or 1998. So apparently what we were trying to do is working, but we've got to find a balance. I don't know if we need to look into the frequency and scale of outdoor music productions, if we need to work with the CRA and come up with grant opportunities for acoustic fences and buffers, sound curtains. I'm not an expert at this. I just Googled it and started saying, what do other communities do? This is not a standard residential neighborhood. It's not. And it wasn't designed to be a standard residential neighborhood. It was a grand experiment that coincided with some of the I don't know what I want to say, the trends of the time. If you read Richard Florida's book, The Rise of the Creative Class, this was all going on at the time that the village started. I would hate for us to do anything that is going to damper, impede, or stop this unique area of our city. There's always unintended consequences to things. And I was here when we first did the form-based codes. I wished I'd had a crystal ball to see what could come of that. I know what we thought it was going to do, but we've had some significant challenges because of the form-based codes. And I'm wondering, you know, I know we've got other information and studies being done and coming forward. Perhaps we need to readdress that again, because there are always unintended consequences. I don't know if, again, the balance, frequency and scale, crowd size, number of outdoor music opportunities in a given period of time, I don't know if that will help. When people were talking about young people not coming here, I have 2 sons that I'm very proud of. I never thought they would look at me and say, Bradenton has nothing for me. I've won in England, and I won in Austin, Texas. It makes me sad. And I'm sorry to get so emotional about it, but this was my neighborhood. We're neighbors. To say we can't compromise? What hope do I have for the future if we don't show the children how to compromise? Compromise is not a bad word. Many times it's the only way we can get something progressively done. And I think I'm going to get off my soapbox now.
Thank you, and all the council has spoken. So basically, we're at deliberation where the chair will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. And I want to make sure that I get the wordage correct, but my motion would be to uphold the Planning Commission's public hearing and final order on November 19th, 2025, denying today's appeal.
Is that the proper motion?
Is that the proper?
That would be fine, and we will prepare an order. If the motion passes, we'll prepare an order reflecting that and bring it back to the council on a future agenda.
Okay.
And Mr. Rudisil, I know we talked a lot about hours and scale and occupancy. Does this need to be with steps?
Yeah, let me address that real quick if I can, Mr. Mayor. I don't think it would be appropriate to put stipulations on this. This is an interpretation, use interpretation under the code. If the council feels that it's necessary to have, hours or occupancy or other type of regulations like that, that should be done in a legislative session and applied across the board. So this is not a development order, and so I don't think it's appropriate to add stipulations to it.
Mayor, Mr. Rudisil, I just point out that the Planning Commission decision did include stipulations, so I think the motion should include those stipulations from the plan.
It does
did
not have.
I thought it did.
No, it had findings of fact. So they had the order included findings of fact, and if there are factual findings that the council thinks are important to be included in there, that are critical to the classification of the use, you know, we can certainly include those, but I would not recommend doing stipulations.
Ms. Singer?
I'm just pulling up on the screen. These were the determinations, and these were basically assertions that the petitioner had made at the Planning Commission, and so they were incorporated into the final order. So the petitioner, in that case, representatives of Cottonmouth, were saying that the meals are served at all times, therefore it is a restaurant, and that the applicant testified that patrons are not charged separate admission, entry fee or ticket for live music events, and therefore didn't fit into the category of outdoor auditorium. I think it was the definition of that. So that's the reason for it, I guess, not necessarily stipulations, but to say that this was part of the determination that the use fit in with a restaurant use.
I'd agree with Mr. Rudisil. These aren't stipulations.
All right, so,
Yeah, 'cause
so let's clarify the motion, get a second, then we can have some discussion inside that. So, do you want to clarify?
Yeah, so I'd like to motion to uphold the Planning Commission's public hearing and final order on November 19th, 2025, and deny today's appeal.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Moore. All right, discussion, Mrs. Moore?
In the final order and section 2 order, the last sentence is, it is the determination of the Planning Commission that the outdoor live music activities as described during the hearing should be classified as an accessory use to the restaurant, which is permitted in the Village of the Arcs Overlay District. Is that something that is important to, like, do we need to, this is in connection with the conversation about stipulations. Is that something that we should continue to include in our upholding it, or do we want to carve that out because we're not trying to make a determination as to the music use? We're just trying to determine whether it was an outdoor auditorium?
Well, if it's not an outdoor auditorium, then I think it would be accessory to the restaurant. That would be, I don't know what other option there is for, in terms of how you would.
I just didn't know if that it needed to be done at all. I didn't know if do we have to make a determination as to classify the use of music?
I think we do, because it has to, you have to be able to classify it somehow under the code.
Okay.
So, I mean, Robin may have thoughts on it as well,
I agree
but.
with that. I think the determination is that it wasn't outdoor entertainment or outdoor auditorium, it was a restaurant.
Okay.
So, you know, it may be other uses that music could be offered as accessory to, but the use that they determined this was still a restaurant.
Okay. Thank you.
Coach Mayor.
Well, in that statement, are they, if now it's determined it's not an auditorium, outdoor auditorium, it's an accessory, then does that mean it would become working within scale as opposed to working as if it is? I mean, is that helping with that? Because I think, in my mind, because of the proximity of other homes and so forth, there's something, you got to think about scale and not just so much decibels. You know what I mean? To make it a live place, you know, a place to live.
I think maybe, as Coach Mary thinking, once the restaurant is reopened, meets all fire codes, whatever that comes up with, if it's a certain number and they're all sitting at tables eating and they're listening to music, if all of a sudden there's all those tables, chairs, 75 chairs, they're all sitting there eating, but another 50 people are standing around, but then that breaks fire code, that can't happen.
Right. It just needs
Yeah,
to be
so that's where
within
somebody
scale.
could, so it's up to the scale of what the restaurant can do, and the music is just for entertainment of those number of seats. That's how I see it.
That's,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, if I may,
Yes.
I think that we're there, I appreciate this so much, that there is a temptation for us up here to figure it out and say that we're going to try to make everybody get on the same page today. But I think that the ordinance on the sound and the fire requirement, to be permitted as a restaurant, they are entitled to 50 seats, and that's it. I think that's the only thing that we have at this moment at our disposal to try to do that thing that we're inclined to try to do. But again, I fall back on, we're in a transition period as a citywide.
All right, so we've had deliberation. Start the vote in Ward 5.
Yes.
1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4.
Yes.
Carries 5-0. Thank you very much. And I will close the public hearing. Please keep the decorum that we had the whole way. Thank you for everybody. We'll resume our normal meeting with council reports. Is there any council reports?
Where are you starting?
Where are you starting?
I will start at Ward 2.
Yeah.
Ward 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're
Quiet,
still in the
please.
meeting.
As quiet as possible.
Thank you. Okay, council reports. This week is Literacy Week, and I will be participating in a program out at Gene Witt with their special education group.
Please have order in the chambers.
So just to let mayor and council know that, yes, I will be out there. I would like to thank,
Please, order carry the conversation outside.
I would like to thank everybody that participated with the Manatee County Fair. It was, other than it was cold sometimes, it was a lot of fun. And in the past, I just want to throw this out here, in the past, years ago, the cities had city booths. And I know that the Fair Board would be interested in speaking with us to see if the various, City of Palmetto, because the fair is in Palmetto, has always had one. Manatee County has a booth, and I know in the past we have had a booth, and I would like us to maybe consider that. Maybe it's a workshop item, maybe it's the mayor decides that might be a good opportunity for us to be able to interact with
How
others.
many nights is there? 10 nights? So if
that-
each council person would take 2 nights.
And they do manage
And on
to always
Saturday and
get.
Sunday.
What are we doing in this booth?
I think it's a great idea. I
Is there
think
a
it's a
dunk
great
tank
idea.
involved?
Okay.
I think it's a great idea.
And I would also like to let everyone know that we have moved forward on the butterfly garden at the Village of the Arts. Village of the Arts. At Lewis Park. I'm so sorry. I guess I've got Village of the Arts on the brain. Butterfly garden is set up at Lewis Park. You'll be getting information about when we're going to do the ribbon cutting for it, and I would like to encourage everyone to attend. And then I was shared something, and we've never done this, but it could be a lot of fun. There seems to be a kind of a theme going on in many communities, both in America and overseas, where they give their citizenry an opportunity to name their garbage trucks.
Oh.
And just to get you thinking what some of them are that have been put forward, Obi-Wan Benobi, because in Europe or in England they're called bins or trash bins. Obi-Wan Benobi, Donald Dump, Trash Gordon, Ben Diesel, Bendy, what?
Hot liquor?
Bindiana Jones, the Flying Dustman, and my personal favorite, Thomas the Trash Wagon. My kids grew up with Thomas the Tank Engine, Thomas the Trash Wagon. I know when we bought the new little vacuum thing, Kirby, we had a thing, and I just, perhaps it could be a lot of fun. So after a very serious meeting, let's just think about something lighthearted for a moment.
Anything else, Ms. Barnaby?
That's all I've got.
Ward 3.
I echo your sentiment in that after a morning like this morning, I really look forward to the Pittsburgh Pirates coming to town. The upcoming River Regatta. I do not have a lot this week. I met with a few residences who would like to organize a cleanup in the area around Wares Creek, and so to them, I will be organizing that and getting back to them. And I look forward to that. I think it's fun.
Try to maybe keep Manatee Beautiful involved, because they can get some resources.
Gotcha.
And do some of that and help a little bit easier with those resources. 'Cause that's I have seen some things in the social media, maybe something that, a mattress somewhere in the Wares Creek and other things.
Excella, some of it have been,
Yeah.
where there's a basketball hoop, but it's
Something's in there, so,
no longer there.
yeah.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
The other thing with, and it is not my ward, Mr. Schuessler, I apologize for jumping in, but
No apologies needed.
can we get the mangroves along Virginia Drive and up to the Manatee Avenue Bridge there? You can only cut them a third of the time a year. And I can't remember the last time those were trimmed.
Yeah, there was a very consistent trimming for several years before COVID, and we got them down to the lowest they could be. Cost us about $10,000 to $12,000 a year on both sides. And what happened was, during COVID, all of those little companies folded, and one big company's out there now, and I know it got very expensive, and then the time has gone by. So we just probably need to research that again for budget things, because it did take about 4 years to get boom, 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 boom. Because I learned, what are they? There's black, red, and white, and
Mangroves?
certain mangroves, and certain ones you can cut more than others. But in the women's club really is excited. Plus, just viewing our city coming in and out. So that could be something that Mr. Williams could look into, because obviously it'll fall under finance.
Pardon the interruption, but thank you.
No,
That's a
I'm
good
glad you
thing.
did interrupt, because I spoke to Mr. Perry about it earlier this week. We had a citizen that, could I do it on my own? The answer, for several reasons, no, so. Ms.
You actually
Barnaby-
can if you have riparian rights, because they do it on Riverview Boulevard, and they all work together, but it still has to be done in accordance with the law.
Yeah, they can't go lower them and just go,
No, they
I
can't
thought I
do it
could do
themselves.
that.
You gotta get a permit.
They got it,
So I'm-
and that's
so I'm
where you
glad you
have to
mentioned
have
it.
it every year.
Yep.
But you keep it, once you get it to the level you want it, you keep it there. Yeah, all right. A lot of good information.
Thank you.
Yep. Ms. Moore.
I wanted to thank you all for all of your support with the lift stations. And I just wanted to let you all know I really appreciate that. And I am super happy. I just also want to let everyone know that I feel like we're doing this thing with the Woodward Kern fiscal plan and the My Bradenton 311 and the study and the workshops that will be happening with the study. And Mr. Perry and I talk a lot about strategic planning, and I feel like we're heading in that direction in many facets of what we do, and that I feel like is a positive thing, so I wanted to highlight it. And if I just might touch briefly on the study, I am looking forward to that, because I have been hearing from just a few, like 3 small business owners that kind of, anecdotally mentioned to me that in opening their business, they felt like it was a struggle to work with the city. And I know we've made a lot of changes in that regard, so this is not necessarily a criticism, but maybe something that we keep our eye out for when we are having our workshops about the plan and those actionable items that we hope to see and whatnot. I'm excited about the community meetings coming up, so we all know that we're having one on the 17th as a whole, and then we're about to be planning some in early March for the lift station projects among the other ones in Ward 4, so be on the lookout for a Ward 4 work or community meeting in the early part of March. I also was recently approached by a relatively new business owner, newer to the area, regarding flag signs again. And I just throw that out there, as I don't know if you all have heard anything like that, but I had that one inquiry, and if it is something that people are interested in revisiting, I'm just letting you all know that someone mentioned that to me.
They want
I
them?
know, I was gonna say, yes, they do, but I immediately thought of Vice Mayor Coker. But I told him I would bring it up, so I am, but I feel like if there's not a consensus to ask staff to look into it, I don't know that I have I don't know. I like to be very generous with businesses in order to encourage them and help them succeed. I completely, though, agree with your concerns regarding, visibility and how that might look cluttered and whatnot. So I'm a little torn about it, but I'm just letting you all know that that was raised with me. And then I think that's it. Thank you all.
I'm going to say this, and it's different than what I said when I was a council person, but I do think we need to readdress some sort of banner signs and look at it, what we can do, if we can manage it, only because so many of the areas that these are going, there's city, county, city, county, city, county, and the counties allows them to be out, but if I'm an owner that's right next to a county property and I'm not allowed to do it, and it's affecting my business, and we go code enforcement them, but 10 feet away is not being done. So is there a way to come up with, and the biggest part of that with the banner signs and, what is it? The blow up thing that does all that.
like that
There
guy.
might be some restrictions we can put where if you got 100 feet of frontage, you're not allowed to put 100 of those signs.
Right.
Something, but
Well, and how many?
And
Just
Well,
like
that's
that
what I
place
mean.
down on
Yeah, that
Cortez
has a lot.
looks like
And
a
those are all,
carnival.
yeah.
right, but the
and
problem is that's the county, and
Oh,
they're
I
allowed
know,
to do
but
it.
I
So
would not
But
like to see
I
Maybe,
agree with
yeah.
you, like, maybe there's some way to be, like, what I spoke with this one particular business owner about was, they mentioned that they would be okay if they were told they could only do it within certain timeframes. So
Right.
like, if they were having a sale on a Saturday, they could use it on that day. I don't know how much of a headache that is for our code enforcement guys, but.
And I don't know how, maybe there's some, we could ask to look at some other cities that have different, not just open rules, but.
Right, I would
if
not
there
want the
is some-
free-for-all. I agree with Vice Mayor Coker's
Yeah.
concerns in that
Yeah,
regard.
no, but it is kind of, I've been several times in the last year where a couple people have really, well, I put mine out, I got code enforcement, but the 10 next to my property didn't because they were city or we were city and they were county, so. No, and I think that, obviously, one thing you did mention was about the meetings and the others with, I think today it proved really much on what we can do with some of our businesses coming in and how we come up with a plan. We're never going to be able to have that magic ball to say what's going to happen 10 years from now, but one of those things. And I think that even brings up the point of the new businesses and how things are going. That's where we probably need to engage the EDC a little bit more to maybe get a little bit more of our money's worth from that standpoint, because, they can do rapid permitting, they can help things, and then they can follow through with them that might help them go farther. Now, that's different than trying to bring in a business for 500 employees, which we don't have that.
Right.
So how are we going to engage that and bring it in? And I don't know if you saw the county meeting yesterday, long meeting, at the very end, they did motion 7-0 to re-engage with the EDC, but now they have to bring back a contract. So I don't think a contract will be 7-0, but I think by the discussion, that was just let the staff talk to their staff. So it'll be interesting because that to me, depending on how much the county's engaged, should determine in the future how we go forward, engaging with them because, one other thing I'll say, just and if the county commissioners watch this, all of everything that's done through the convention center, or the Bradenton area EDC, has nothing to do with the city of Bradenton. It's the name branding of this community. If you put Manatee County, nobody knows where Manatee County is. The name ID is better for Bradenton, but our 14.4 square miles is a very small portion of that. There is a bigger portion in Manatee County called Bradenton, including Lakewood Ranch. Lakewood Ranch is a surname. Oneko is a surname. Samoset is a surname. Those areas are still Bradenton. Then you go out to other areas. Parrish has its name. Palmetto has its name. But just so some of the newer county commissioners do a little bit more research before you start throwing it on to that it's city of Bradenton. It has nothing to do with that. It was hundreds of thousands of dollars were spent on studies by both organizations. Bradenton Area Convention Center in Palmetto. So
ESPN Sports had a Tampa Bay Buccaneers game there
yeah.
2 years ago, and they flew over the Skyway as they're doing their
Right,
introduction
right.
for Monday Night
Right,
Football.
yeah.
And they put a Bradenton, Florida,
Right.
as they flew a drone over the Skyway up 275.
Because that was the name
Tampa.
recognition.
Right,
That's
right.
the ID, this name, so, no, those are good things, but again, I think, you know, we all want to feel like at any time we're getting our money's worth. I think there's opportunity to grow that to help our small business.
Yeah, I expect it to be in the study, I would think.
Yeah. All right, Mrs. Coachman.
Okay, I think that word flaw was on my mind because someone was pointing out my flaws a couple of days ago. So I guess I had that in my mind, but I did not really mean to say that the overlay of VODA had flaws in it. It's just that the intent may not have thought about, you know, years later, as we are. Lots went on today. As always, it's great when the public is engaged. But then, look, not to say that you all that are left aren't important, but very seldom do we have a big crowd the entire meeting. But yet there are people who will watch the recordings and point out your flaws, I'll tell you that. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for reading that proclamation for Black History Month. It was brought out to me as a flaw. Last meeting, I did not talk about it leading to Martin Luther King's celebration, and I'm getting a lot for that. But it was so appropriate too to see Cassidy Brewer be recognized because she is Black history here locally. You know, she is, and her family is. It's really so much going on in Ward 5. I didn't even jot it all down to say, but I said I was going to retire the phrase Ward 5 is alive. I changed my mind.
Good, I like it.
Ward 5 is alive.
I like it.
Vice Mayor Coker.
Oh, thank you. Oh, boy, long meeting. Hold on, let me get to my notes. Sorry.
You have to do that here.
No, I don't.
No, you sure?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yours is different than mine.
There we go.
Yours is
Okay.
different than mine.
I had the pleasure of meeting with the Village Green residents at their annual HOA meeting. And I shared with them the update on all of our projects, and it just, every time you go through all that, it shows you what all's going on and how great it was. And I love the I showed them, now that was difficult, showing the video, but it was nice to have that and answered a lot of questions, really. That way there were accurate numbers and everything. And next week, I believe the mayor is going as well, we're meeting with the Village Green sections. I just, there's so much going on, and I'm so proud of everything that we're doing in the Face It and Fix It. So I would like any of the other HOAs that are out there, if you're having meetings, we are always happy to attend and update you. I think the more informed you are on what's going on, the better for everybody. So, and, you know, this was a rough one. I saw a lot of friends on both sides of the aisle yet there, and I hope that they can work together. I know sometimes the village has always had a lot of personality and always struggled, but I feel like they really have, you know, they're thriving, and hopefully we can keep it thriving and moving forward, and find a way to make everybody happy.
Yep. No, that's important. And then one of the things I told several of the, I always hate to say village people, but Village of the Arts people, told them that was, you know, no matter what, we're here to stay. Because others in the past have said, whether it's on the electeds or not, that, you know, sometimes, you know, there's going to be 50 on one side and 50 on the other, so it's not worth engaging with them. I will never not try to engage with people, whether we think they agree or disagree with what we think or do, because it's important to keep it going, because it is like our family. We want that to be successful. Obviously, we saw how emotional it is to Councilwoman Barnaby to make it successful and make it with that. And we want the young people fighting to be here, and that's important. One of the things I want to just put a shout out, and it was on our social media that Tiffany and David do, about the weather and the cold and those that are the most vulnerable through all the not-for-profits. And I see, you know, one of our CRA officers that does so much downtown and helping people that came in probably for the 2 o'clock meeting. So I know that's what's holding you guys from lunch, but just thank them for getting that information out and what we're doing in this community, which will, over the next 12 plus months, give or take a little bit, that's going to have opportunities to help them through the county, through all the different not-for-profit organizations. And two of the biggest ones and best ones for us is Turning Points and Salvation Army. We're gonna be able to help them, but right now, they need help today because of the cold weather. So they're opening up the shelters, and we're doing it. And I know our police department gave out blankets and helped a little while back. So I hope that's continuing on, some that we got donated. And just appreciate it. And Face It and Fix It. Follow our social media on Face It and Fix It and everything else that's going on in the city. Department heads, anything special, particular? No? Okay. Well, we will be adjourned. Thank you.
Yay. We have time to get it back.